Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I'm not typically one for supernatural stuff. I've always been pretty skeptical about ghosts and all that. But honestly, I don't know how else to explain what's been happening in my new place, and I'm starting to get seriously freaked out. I moved into this rental house in northwest England back in early January. Nothing fancy, just a decent 3-bedroom place for me and my 2 kids after the divorce. The rent was surprisingly reasonable for the area, which should have been my first red flag, I guess. But I was just happy to find somewhere that worked for us. The first weird thing happened while we were still fixing the place up. My dad came over to help me paint and get things sorted before I properly moved in with the kids. We were painting the living room, and I'd taken the lid off this massive paint tub and set it down on the floor near the wall. I needed to grab something from my car, so I stepped out for literally 2 minutes. When I came back in, my dad had this confused look on his face. "Did you move the paint lid?" he asked. I hadn't, but somehow the lid had moved from where I'd left it in the living room and was now flipped upside down in the middle of the hallway. We both just stared at it. It was January, freezing cold, and all the windows were shut tight. There was no way a draft could have not only moved it, but carried it through the doorway into another room. "Maybe you kicked it accidentally when you walked out," my dad suggested, but I knew I hadn't. That thing was heavy and full of paint. I would have noticed if I'd sent it sliding across the floor. I tried to laugh it off, but my dad kept having similar experiences while he was helping me build wardrobes in the bedrooms. He'd put down his screwdriver, turn around to grab something else, and the screwdriver would be gone. We'd find it across the room, or sometimes in completely different rooms. Same with water bottles, pencils, his phone. It was bizarre. Dad kept trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe the house was on a slight tilt. Maybe there were drafts when we adjusted the blinds. But none of it made sense. Things were moving in ways that defied physics. Once the renovations were finished, and I'd properly moved in with my kids, they're 8 and 10, things seemed to calm down for a bit. I started thinking maybe it had just been our imaginations or some weird coincidences. Then came my first night alone in the house. The kids were staying with their mom, and I was looking forward to getting a solid night's sleep after all the chaos of moving. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to this loud bang from the hallway. My heart was racing instantly. I lay there for a few minutes, trying to convince myself it was just the house settling or something, but I knew I had to check. When I turned on the hallway light, I noticed my daughter's bedroom door was completely closed. I distinctly remembered leaving it wide open earlier. I'd been airing out the rooms all day because of the paint smell. Again, no windows were open, no fans were on, nothing that could explain a door slamming shut with that much force. I checked the whole house, but found nothing out of place. I told myself it must have been a gust of wind somehow, even though I knew that made no sense. I barely slept the rest of the night. A few nights later, the kids were back with their mom, and I was up late playing video games in the living room. Around midnight, I went to the kitchen and poured myself a pint glass of water to take upstairs. I set it on my bedside table and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. While I was in there, I heard a distinct sound of something falling in my bedroom. I rushed back in and found the water glass on the floor, water everywhere. The glass hadn't just fallen over. It had somehow moved a good 8 inches from where I'd placed it and gone over the edge. There's no way a breeze could have done that, and the bedside table was completely level. I cleaned up the mess, feeling increasingly uneasy. These little incidents kept happening, objects moving, doors closing, lights flickering. I tried to hide it from the kids when they were with me. making excuses or pretending I'd moved things myself, but it was getting harder to explain away. Then, last Thursday night, things escalated in a way I can't ignore anymore. The kids were with me, and we'd all gone to bed around 9:30. I woke up around 2 in the morning with this overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. When I opened my eyes, I realized the hallway light was on, streaming under my door. I was positive I'd turned it off before bed. I'm almost obsessive about checking lights and locks before sleeping. I got up to turn it off and noticed the bathroom light was on too. My kids were both sound asleep in their rooms. I checked the entire house, looking for any sign of an intruder, but found nothing. All doors were locked, windows closed. I turned off the lights and stood on the landing for a moment, trying to make sense of what was happening. I don't know what made me do this. Maybe I was just sleep-deprived and at my wit's end. But I spoke out loud into the empty hallway. "Can you please leave my children out of this?" The second those words left my mouth, my son's electric guitar in his bedroom started playing one of its pre-programmed songs. Not just a note or two, the full song, as if someone had pressed the demo button. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I ran into his room, where he was somehow still asleep, and grabbed the guitar. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely remove the batteries, but I finally got them out. I was properly terrified now. I woke both kids up, telling them there was a problem with the heating in their rooms, the first excuse I could think of, and brought them to my bed. My daughter fell back asleep almost immediately, but my son was grumpy about being woken up, just as they were both drifting off again, and I was sitting there wide awake, staring at the ceiling, my son's Buzz Lightyear toy, which was in his room down the hall, suddenly activated. "To infinity and beyond," echoed through the house, followed by the rest of its phrases one after another. I've never been so scared in my life. That toy needs to be physically pressed to make those sounds. There's no timer, no random activation feature. Something or someone had to be pressing the buttons. The kids stirred, but didn't fully wake up. Thank God. I sat there frozen, listening as the toy finally went silent. I couldn't bring myself to go check it. I just couldn't. I managed maybe 2 hours of sleep that night, with both kids pressed against me. In the morning, everything seemed normal, and I haven't mentioned any of this to them. They'd be terrified, and I don't want to scare them when I don't even understand what's happening myself. I've been researching the history of the house, but haven't found anything significant yet. No reports of deaths or tragedies here that I can find. The landlord seemed surprised when I casually asked if any previous tenants had mentioned unusual experiences, so either he genuinely doesn't know or he's a good actor. The activity seems to be escalating, and I'm worried about what might happen next. Moving isn't an option right now. I spent most of my savings on the move and renovations, and I signed a year-long lease. Plus, the kids have just started at their new schools. I've ordered some security cameras to set up around the house. At least then, maybe I can catch whatever this is on video, even if it's just to prove to myself I'm not losing my mind. Last night was quiet, but I barely slept anyway. I keep thinking about what might be coming next, and why it seems to be getting more brazen with its interactions. What bothers me most is that it seems to know exactly how to get my attention, using my kids' toys, turning on lights, moving things I've just touched. It feels intentional, directed, like it's trying to communicate something or just letting me know it's here. And I can't shake the feeling that it's building up to something bigger. I don't know what to do next. Part of me wants to try communicating with it again, but another part is terrified of encouraging whatever this is. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice on what I should do, I'd really appreciate it. I'm running on almost no sleep and constant anxiety, jumping at every sound in this house. For now, I'm trying to act normal for the kids and pretend everything's fine. But I'm starting to think I've moved my family into a house where we're definitely not alone, and whatever is here with us is getting more confident by the day. Story 2. I've decided to finally write about this after years of keeping it mostly to myself. I'm still not sure what to make of it all, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can shed some light on what's been happening to me for most of my life. I first noticed Steve, that's what I call him, when I was around 4 years old. We were living in Chile at the time, in this old house with long hallways that always seemed darker than they should have been, even during the day. I'd be playing with my toys in my room, and I'd get this weird feeling like someone was watching me. When I'd look up toward my doorway, I'd see him, this tall, black shadow figure just standing there, completely still. The weird thing was, I wasn't scared. I called him Steve, and to my 4-year-old brain, he was just my friend who didn't talk much. My parents thought Steve was just an imaginary friend, and honestly, maybe that's what I thought too. But looking back now, there were so many things that didn't add up. I remember this one night when I was still in Chile. My older cousins were visiting and thought it would be funny to lock me outside in the backyard. It was pitch black, and I was terrified of the dark. I stood there crying, banging on the door, but they just laughed from inside. That's when I felt something cold brush against my arm. It wasn't the wind, it was like someone had run their ice-cold finger down my skin. I stopped crying immediately because somehow I knew it was Steve and I wasn't alone anymore. A few seconds later, my cousins suddenly opened the door with these weird looks on their faces. Later, I overheard them telling my mum they thought they saw someone standing behind me in the yard, but no one else was visiting that night. When I was 5, we moved to Australia. I thought maybe Steve would stay behind in Chile, but he didn't. If anything, his presence became stronger after the move. I'll never forget what happened when I was about 7. I was in the bathroom, standing on this little stool to reach the sink. I looked up at the mirror, and I was frowning, because I'd just gotten in trouble for something stupid, but my reflection was smiling back at me, not just smiling, grinning with this weird stretched smile that I definitely wasn't making. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, but when I looked again, the smile was still there. I freaked out and ran from the bathroom, only to slam right into something solid in my bedroom doorway. Except there was nothing there. Just a cold, solid wall of nothing. I could feel it, like pressing against a freezing cold person, but I couldn't see anything except this faint, dark outline, taller than my dad, and these glowing green eyes that seemed to be dripping color, like bleeding green tears that disappeared before they fell. That night was the first time I heard him speak. As I was hiding under my covers, I heard a whisper right next to my ear. "Safe now." The voice was deep and distorted, like someone talking through static, but distinctly masculine. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt calm and fell asleep almost immediately. As I got older, Steve's interactions became more physical. He'd knock on my walls in patterns. 3 quick taps, followed by 2 slow ones, was his favorite. He'd open and close doors even when there was no draft in the house. Sometimes I'd hear heavy footsteps walking up and down the hallway at night when everyone else was asleep. My parents would check, thinking we had an intruder, but they never found anyone. The creepiest thing was when he would imitate voices. I'd hear my mom calling me from the kitchen, but when I'd go downstairs, she wouldn't be there. Or I'd hear my dad asking me to bring him something, but he'd be out in the garage, too far away to have called out. Once, I even heard my own voice singing from my closet while I was sitting on my bed doing homework. When I was 13, things escalated to a whole new level. Sometimes Steve would appear as an exact copy of me, like a doppelganger, but the eyes were always wrong. They'd be too wide open, unblinking, and sometimes with that bleeding green color. I'd see this copy of myself standing at the end of hallways or through partially open doors, but it would vanish if I tried to get closer. Then there were the 3 incidents that I still can't explain logically. The times Steve saved my life. The first happened when I was 14. My family was on vacation at this beach with a lagoon. I'm a decent swimmer, but I got caught in some kind of current and started being pulled under. I remember the panic, the burning in my lungs as I tried to hold my breath, and then suddenly feeling these ice-cold hands grab me under my arms and forcefully push me upward. I broke the surface, gasping for air, and was somehow closer to shore. My parents were just setting up their beach towels and hadn't even noticed I was in trouble. When I looked back at the water, there was nobody there who could have helped me. The second time was when I was 16. I was walking home from school, had my headphones in, and was about to cross the street. Just as I stepped off the curb, I felt those same cold hands yank me backward with incredible force. A car sped through the exact spot where I would have been, running the red light at probably 60 miles per hour. The driver never even slowed down. When I turned around to thank whoever had pulled me back, there was no one there. Just the cold sensation lingering on my shoulders. The third time happened less than a year ago. I was 17, walking through a parking lot at night with some friends. We were laughing about something, not really paying attention, when I felt a hard shove from behind. I stumbled forward several steps, almost falling, and a second later a car came speeding around the corner, right where I had been standing. My friends freaked out, asking if I was okay, but they were all in front of me. None of them had pushed me. One of them swore she saw a tall shadow behind me right before it happened, but it disappeared immediately. After that third incident, I stopped being afraid of Steve. Whatever he is, ghost, guardian, or something else entirely, he's protected me multiple times. The strange part is, I'm the only one who's had these experiences with him, or so I thought until recently. Last month, I was helping my mom go through some old photos, and I mentioned Steve casually, expecting her to laugh it off as my childhood imagination. Instead, she got really quiet and pale. She finally told me that Steve had been with our family even before I was born. When they lived in Chile, before I came along, my dad would complain about items moving in the house, and my mum would feel cold spots and hear breathing when she was alone. The maid they hired refused to come back after her first day, claiming she saw a tall black figure with green eyes watching her from the hallway. My mom said they had a priest come to cleanse the house, but nothing changed. They were planning to move when they found out my mom was pregnant with me. The weird thing is, after I was born, the activity seemed to focus entirely on me. It was like Steve became my protector or guardian or something. I'm 23 now, and Steve is still with me. Just last week I was home alone and heard those familiar 3 quick taps, followed by 2 slow ones on my bedroom wall. My desk lamp flickered twice, and I felt that cold sensation brush past me. I've learned to just say, "Hi, Steve," when this happens. Sometimes, if I'm feeling particularly down or anxious, he'll make his presence known more strongly, like he's trying to comfort me in his own weird way. I still don't know what Steve is. A ghost? Some kind of entity? A manifestation of something I don't understand? He doesn't seem malevolent, quite the opposite. But those green, bleeding eyes, the ability to move things, to speak, to look like me or my parents. It's beyond anything I can explain. The strangest part is how normal it feels to me now. I've accepted that Steve is part of my life. Sometimes weeks will go by without any sign of him, and then out of nowhere, I'll feel that distinctive cold touch or hear his distorted voice, whisper something I can't quite make out. My boyfriend thinks I should try to communicate more directly with Steve, maybe set up cameras or recording equipment, but that feels wrong somehow. I'm afraid if I try to expose whatever Steve is, he might leave, and despite how creepy this all sounds, I don't want that to happen. He's saved my life multiple times. He's been with me since before I can remember. Sometimes I wonder if he's attached to me specifically, or if he's been with my family for generations. My grandmother once mentioned something about a shadow man who watched over her as a child in Chile too, but she died before I could ask her more about it. I still get chills when I think about that reflection in the mirror, smiling when I wasn't, or the times I've seen what looks like myself standing at the end of the hallway when I know I'm alone in the house. But the fear is always mixed with this strange comfort, knowing that whatever Steve is, he seems to be looking out for me. Just last night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find my bedroom door wide open, even though I always close it before bed. As I got up to shut it, I saw him, that familiar tall shadow with those distinctive green eyes, standing in the hallway. We just looked at each other for what felt like forever, and then he raised his hand, almost like a wave. I waved back, and he disappeared. I still don't have answers. I don't know why he's attached to me or my family, what he wants, or what he even is. But after 23 years, I've come to accept that Steve is part of my life. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Story 3. I still can't believe I'm finally talking about this. For years, our family kept what happened in that house to ourselves. Not because we thought people wouldn't believe us, though that was part of it, but because acknowledging it meant accepting that something existed beyond what we could explain. My father Roberto, especially, couldn't handle that. It was the summer of 1992 when we moved to Oak Ridge, this tiny speck of a town in upstate New York. Dad had gotten a job at the local factory, and after years of cramped apartment living in Queens, my parents were ecstatic about finally owning a home. The price was suspiciously low. I remember overhearing my mom on the phone with my aunt talking about how we'd lucked out with a foreclosure. We should have known better. My brother Miguel and I went to see the house a week before the moving trucks arrived. He had just turned 17 and had his license, so he drove us over in Dad's old Buick. The neighborhood seemed normal enough. Modest homes with well-kept lawns, kids riding bikes. Our house stood out, though. The lawn was overgrown, and the white paint was peeling off in long strips like sunburned skin. "Race you inside," Miguel said, jingling the keys. The front door creaked open to reveal absolute chaos. Empty beer cans littered the floor, cigarette burns marked the carpet, and graffiti covered the walls. Most disturbing were the crude pentagrams spray-painted in red on the living room wall. "Teenagers," Miguel muttered, kicking a beer can. "Must have used it for parties while it was empty." We wandered through the house, stepping over trash. I was 15 then, trying to act tough, but something about that house made my skin prickle from the moment we stepped inside. The air felt heavy, like the thickness before a thunderstorm. Miguel had brought this girl, Tanya, to help clean up. I knew better. They disappeared upstairs while I picked up beer cans in the kitchen. About 20 minutes later, they came running down, Miguel's face white as a sheet. "We need to go," he said, grabbing my arm. In the car, Tanya was shaking. "Something's wrong with that house," she kept saying. Miguel finally explained that they'd been in one of the bedrooms when they heard loud banging from the pipes in the ceiling. "Like someone was hitting them with a wrench," he said. They moved to another room, and the banging followed them. When they went downstairs, the banging started in the ceiling above them again, as if whatever was making the noise was following them through the house. "It's an old house," I said, trying to be rational. "Pipes make noise." Miguel glared at me. "Pipes don't follow you from room to room. We didn't tell our parents." Dad had already signed the papers, and Mom was so excited about having a real house with a yard. A week later, we moved in. My youngest sister, Elena, was 11 then. She came home from her first day of school in tears. When Mom finally got her to talk, Elena said the kids at school had told her about the dead girl in our attic. According to them, a teenager had hung herself up there, and her ghost still haunted the house. "They're just trying to scare you because you're new," Mum said, shooting Dad a worried look. That night, Elena refused to sleep in the attic bedroom she was supposed to share with Carmen, my other sister. Carmen was 16 and rolled her eyes at the whole thing, but agreed to check the attic with Elena before bed. I went with them. The attic had been converted into a bedroom with sloped ceilings and a small round window. It was cold up there, despite the August heat. Carmen went to open the window and froze. "What's wrong?" I asked. She pointed to the windowsill. Carved into the wood were the initials SM and a date. June 15, 1987. "That's 5 years ago," I whispered. "It doesn't mean anything," Carmen said firmly, "but I noticed she slept with the light on that night. Strange things started happening almost immediately. Dad would wake up convinced someone had sat on the edge of his bed. Mom complained about feeling someone breathing on her neck when she was alone in the kitchen. We'd hear footsteps overhead when everyone was accounted for. Dad refused to acknowledge anything weird was happening. He grew up in a strict Catholic household and dismissed anything supernatural as nonsense, but even he couldn't explain away what he started seeing. It began about a month after we moved in. Dad was in the basement doing laundry when he came running upstairs, demanding to know which of us girls was playing games by hiding down there. We were all in the living room watching TV. "I saw her clear as day," he insisted. "A girl in a white nightgown, standing by the washing machine." He searched the entire house, convinced one of us was pulling a prank, but there was no one there. After that, Dad started seeing her regularly. A teenage girl with long dark hair in a white nightgown, always glimpsed from the corner of his eye, always disappearing when he turned to look directly at her. He began making excuses. It was a trick of the light, or his eyes were tired from working long shifts. My grandfather came to visit that fall. He was an old-school Albanian man who considered any discussion of supernatural things embarrassing and beneath his dignity. 3 days into his visit, he cornered my father in the kitchen. I overheard them talking in hushed voices. "There is a girl in this house," my grandfather said firmly. "I saw her watching me sleep." Dad tried to laugh it off, but Grandpa wasn't having it. "I am not a foolish man, Roberto. I know what I saw." The next morning, we found Grandpa wandering the house at 5 in the morning, opening closets and looking behind doors. "She was here," he kept saying. "She wouldn't answer me when I called to her." The worst incident happened when Carmen got engaged the following spring. Her fiancé, Jose, was over for dinner, and we were all playing cards at the kitchen table. I noticed Jose kept glancing toward the hallway, but didn't think much of it until he suddenly dropped his cards. "Who's that?" he asked, pointing. We all turned. There in the doorway was a girl in a white nightgown, her long dark hair hanging over her face. She wasn't walking, but floating, just a few inches off the ground, moving toward the stairs that led to the attic. Carmen screamed. Dad jumped up, knocking over his chair. The girl didn't react, just drifted through the hallway and up the stairs. "Elena!" Carmen cried, running after the figure. Elena had gone upstairs earlier with a headache. We all followed Carmen up to the attic bedroom. Elena was fast asleep in her bed, her hair dry and tucked under her pillow, wearing her favorite blue pajamas, not white. Jose refused to come back to the house after that. Carmen broke off the engagement a month later, though she claimed it had nothing to do with what happened. But I knew better. The look on his face when he saw that girl, pure terror, had changed everything. We started researching the house's history. Dad forbade it, saying we were feeding into mass hysteria. But Miguel and I went to the local library anyway. The librarian remembered the story immediately. The Sullivan house? Oh yes, such a tragedy. The daughter Sophia was only 16. Sophia Marie Sullivan .sm. According to newspaper archives, Sophia had hung herself in the attic bedroom in 1987 after being bullied at school. Her parents found her body when they returned from a weekend trip. They moved away shortly after, and the house went through several owners before being foreclosed on and eventually sold to us. We didn't tell Elena or our parents what we'd found, but something changed in the house after we learned Sophia's name. The activity intensified. Objects would move on their own. The television would turn on in the middle of the night. Elena's toys would arrange themselves in circles on her bedroom floor. One night, I woke up to find a girl sitting at the foot of my bed. She wasn't transparent or glowing like ghosts in movies. She looked solid, real, a teenage girl with sad eyes and long dark hair, wearing a white nightgown. I couldn't move or scream. She just looked at me for what felt like forever, then slowly faded away. The next morning, I found a note written in condensation on my bedroom mirror. "Help me." Dad finally broke down when Mom found Eleanor sleepwalking on the roof one night. Eleanor had no history of sleepwalking, and when they got her safely inside, she said the sad girl had asked her to come play. We moved out the following week, leaving most of our furniture behind. No one wanted to go back in to get it. Dad told people it was because of a job transfer, but we all knew the truth. Years later, at my cousin's wedding, the topic of ghost stories came up during the reception. After a few drinks, I mentioned seeing a girl in a white nightgown in our old house. The table went silent. One by one, my family members admitted they had all seen her too, even Dad. "I felt her get into bed with me sometimes," he confessed. "I could feel her weight on the mattress, feel her breathing on my neck. We never spoke about it as a family until that moment. Each of us had been carrying these experiences alone, thinking maybe we were imagining things or that we were the only ones who had seen her. I looked up the house online a few years ago. It's been demolished. They built a small park where it once stood. I wonder if Sophia is still there, wandering the grounds in her white nightgown, or if she's finally found peace. Sometimes I still dream about her sitting at the foot of my bed, her dark eyes pleading for something I couldn't give her. I still can't explain what happened in that house. None of us can, but we all know what we saw. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I still check the corners of my bedroom before I turn off the light, half expecting to see a girl in white watching me from the shadows. Story. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal. Growing up, I always thought ghost stories were just that. Stories. I'm a medical student, for crying out loud. I deal with science and facts every day. But what happened to me in 2020 has completely changed my perspective, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Due to the pandemic, I needed temporary accommodation closer to the hospital where I was doing my placement. My cousin offered me a room in the house she shared with her boyfriend just outside Melbourne. It seemed perfect. The rent was cheap and the commute was manageable. What she failed to mention was that the house used to be a child care centre before being converted into a residential property. The place was weird from the start. It was sprawling, with this uncomfortably long corridor that had 2 doors that were nailed shut. When I asked about them, my cousin just shrugged and said the landlord had done it before they moved in. The windows had no curtains either, which made nights especially creepy. You always felt like someone could be watching you from outside. I was only supposed to stay for 3 months. I didn't even make it that long. The first incident happened about 2 weeks after I moved in. It was mid-April, and I'd had an absolutely brutal shift at the hospital. COVID was ramping up, and everything was chaos. I came home exhausted, barely managed to shower, and collapsed into bed around 8 p.m. I remember wrapping myself in 3 blankets, partly because it was getting cold, but also because I always felt a bit uneasy in that room, like something wasn't quite right. I fell asleep almost instantly, but woke up sometime in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had disturbed me. The room was pitch black, and the house was silent. Then I felt it, a weight at the foot of my bed, not heavy, but definitely there. Like when a cat jumps onto your bed, except we didn't have any pets. My first thought was that maybe my cousin had come to check on me, but that didn't make sense at such a late hour. As I lay there, still half asleep, the weight began to move. It shifted slowly up the bed, and I could feel the mattress depressing beneath it. By the time it reached my knees and thighs, I was fully awake and completely terrified. I kept my eyes shut tight. Something inside me knew that if I opened them, Whatever was there would, I don't know, acknowledge that I was aware of it. I just had this overwhelming feeling that pretending to be asleep was my only protection. The weight settled on my thighs, like something was crouching on top of me. I could barely breathe. Then I felt my blankets, the 3 thick blankets I'd wrapped myself in, begin to move. They were being pulled away, slowly but deliberately. One by one, they were tugged down from my chest. I wanted to scream, I wanted to jump up and run, but I was completely paralyzed with fear. All I could do was lie there, eyes closed, as silent tears ran down my face. The weight on my hips shifted slightly as each blanket was removed. I don't know how long this went on. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer terror because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through the curtainless windows. My blankets were all on the floor beside the bed. I tried to rationalize it. Sleep paralysis, I told myself. Stress from work. The pandemic was getting to everyone, right? But deep down, I knew it was something else. Something was in that house with us. I didn't tell my cousin or her boyfriend. They would have thought I was losing it, and maybe I was. That's what I kept telling myself. I pushed the experience to the back of my mind and tried to focus on work. About a week later, the second incident happened. I was having trouble sleeping, no surprise there, and was lying in bed scrolling through my phone. It was probably around 11 p.m. I'd left the hallway light on, and my door cracked open because I couldn't stand being in complete darkness after what had happened. I put my phone down on the bedside table and rolled onto my side, trying to get comfortable. That's when it happened. Something grabbed my arm, not a gentle touch, a firm grip that pulled my arm out perpendicular to my body. I froze. This time I was fully awake. There was no mistaking what was happening. I felt the mattress sink beside me as if something had knelt down next to the bed while maintaining its grip on my arm. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I remember thinking, this is it. This is how I die. The grip was so tight I could feel my fingers going numb. In that moment, I did the only thing I could think of. I started praying silently. I'm not even religious, but the words just came to me, and I tried to move naturally, as if I was just shifting in my sleep, hoping that whatever it was would think I was still unaware. The mattress moved again. The weight shifted, and I could feel it climbing fully onto the bed. Then suddenly, it released my arm. The pressure was gone, but the sensation remained, a tingling numbness that spread from my fingertips to my shoulder. I lay there, not daring to move. For what must have been hours, my arm stayed numb until morning. When I finally got up, there were faint red marks where the fingers had gripped me. I was terrified, but what could I do? It was the height of the pandemic. Finding new accommodation would have been nearly impossible, especially on such short notice. I told myself I just needed to stick it out for a few more weeks. I started sleeping with the lights on and my bedroom door wide open. I even considered asking to sleep on the couch in the living room, but couldn't think of a reasonable explanation that wouldn't make me sound completely unhinged. The third and final incident happened about 3 days before I moved out. It was early morning, around 5 a.m. I'd barely slept all night, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. I needed to use the bathroom, and had finally worked up the courage to get out of bed. I sat up and swung my legs over the side of the mattress. As I went to stand, something grabbed me around the waist from behind. It pulled me back down onto the bed with such force that I bounced slightly on the mattress. I could feel something pressing against my back, solid and cold. And then, God, I still get chills thinking about it, a voice whispered directly into my ear. No. It wasn't a human voice. It was raspy and deep, like someone who had smoked for 50 years, but also somehow childlike. The sound seemed to reverberate through my entire body. I completely lost it. I screamed and thrashed, breaking free of whatever was holding me. I ran from the room, not looking back, and collided with my cousin's boyfriend in the hallway. He'd heard me scream and come to check what was happening. I was shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't even speak properly to explain what had happened. He checked my room and said there was nothing there, but I refused to go back in. I spent the rest of the night on their couch, and the next day I started packing. I made up some excuse about needing to be closer to the hospital for early shifts. I don't think they believed me, but they didn't push for details either. 3 days later, I was gone. I've never told anyone the full story until now. It sounds crazy, I know, but I'm a rational person. I understand human physiology and psychology. I know the difference between dreams and reality, and what happened in that house was real. Sometimes I wonder about the history of that place. What happened there when it was a childcare center? Was there something attached to the building itself, or something more sinister that had claimed it as its territory? I've thought about researching it, but part of me is afraid of what I might find. It's been over 3 years now, and I still sleep with the lights on sometimes. I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling a weight on my bed, and I still can't explain what happened during those 3 nights in that converted childcare center outside Melbourne. All I know is that I'll never go back there, and I'll never again dismiss someone's story of the unexplainable, because some things in this world simply defy rational explanation. And sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't what you can see, it's what you can feel in the darkness, waiting. Story 5. I've never fully told anyone about what happened to me in that house. Not the complete story, anyway. I guess I've been afraid people would think I'm crazy or making it up. But it's been eating away at me for years, and I need to get this out. Back in 2013, when I was 11, my parents got divorced. Pretty standard story. They just couldn't make it work anymore. I ended up living primarily with my dad in this new house he bought in Lakewood, Michigan. It was this big old 2-story place with a 3rd floor that had been converted into an apartment at some point. The previous owners were this elderly couple who had both passed away. Their kids sold the house to my dad for a pretty good price. My dad's blind, so he gave me the entire 3rd floor as my space. At the time, I thought it was the coolest thing ever, having basically my own apartment at 11 years old. It was this huge open area with sloped ceilings, a bathroom, and plenty of room for all my stuff. I was told it used to belong to the former owner's daughter, who lived with them into adulthood. The first year was totally normal. I'd split time between my mum and dad's places, and everything was fine. I was just a kid trying to adjust to a new school and my parents being apart. Nothing weird happened at all during that first year. I almost wish it had stayed that way. Things started changing around early 2014. The first incident I remember clearly was sitting in the living room with my dad. I was watching TV, and he was just listening since he can't see. There was a pop can sitting on the coffee table. I wasn't touching it or near it, but suddenly it just moved like it slid a good 3 inches across the table by itself. My dad didn't notice, obviously, and I thought maybe the table was uneven or something, but it bothered me. A few weeks later, I was doing homework at the dining room table. I had a pencil that I rolled across the table, just messing around while thinking about a math problem. The pencil rolled about halfway across the table, then stopped, and then, I swear I'm not making this up, it rolled back to me. Not like it was on a slant or anything. It rolled back to me, all the way, like someone had pushed it. I remember just staring at it, feeling this cold sensation run through my body. By 2015, I started feeling weird about my 3rd floor space. I loved it before, but suddenly it felt, I don't know, heavy, like the air was different up there. I'd come home from school and feel like someone had been in my room. Nothing was ever moved or taken, but it just felt different. The space heater incident is what really freaked me out. It was winter. I'd been at my mum's for the weekend, and I came back to my dad's on Sunday evening. When I went up to my room, it was freezing cold, but as soon as I walked in, my space heater clicked on by itself. I hadn't touched the switch, and it wasn't on a timer. It was one of those old heaters with a physical switch you had to push, not a remote control one. I remember standing there frozen, no pun intended, just staring at it and trying to rationalize what had happened. That's when I started seeing them, the figures. Look, I know how this sounds. I've doubted myself countless times, but I know what I saw. At night, I'd wake up and see these shapes standing in my room. They weren't just shadows, they were darker than darkness, if that makes any sense, like voids in the shape of people. They didn't have clear features, but I could tell they were looking at me. I could feel them staring. They never moved when I was looking at them, but if I blinked or looked away, they'd be in a different position when I looked back. I started sleeping with all my lights on. My dad thought I was just going through a phase, and my mom thought I was having nightmares because of the divorce. Neither of them took it seriously. Why would they? I was just a kid. For a while, I tried to convince myself it was sleep paralysis or my imagination, but then other people started experiencing things too. Fast forward to 2018. I was 16 and had my first serious girlfriend, Amber. She'd come over sometimes and we'd hang out in my third-floor space. One day, she was peeling a sticker off something. I think it was a new CD or something, and she was holding it on her fingertip. Suddenly, the sticker flew off her finger and stuck to the wall. Not dropped, not fell. It flew, like someone had blown it hard. There was no fan on, no windows open, nothing to explain it. Amber looked at me, confused, and said, "Did you see that?" I just nodded. I didn't tell her about all the other stuff. I didn't want her to think I was crazy or to be scared to come over. But things kept escalating. One night, I was at Amber's house, just hanging out in her living room while her parents were upstairs. We were watching a movie, and she went to the kitchen to get snacks. I was alone in the room, and clear as day, I heard someone whisper, "Hey," right into my ear. It wasn't Amber. She was still in the kitchen, and I could hear her opening cabinets. It wasn't the TV. We had paused the movie. It was a voice right next to my ear, like someone was sitting beside me. I nearly jumped out of my skin. When Amber came back, I was white as a sheet. I made up some excuse about feeling sick and went home early. That same night, and this is the part that still gives me chills, I was walking home around 2 in the morning. I know teenager out late, but my dad was pretty lenient as long as I texted him. Lakewood's a small town, and our street was usually deserted at that hour. I was about 2 blocks from home when I got this feeling like someone was following me. I pulled out my phone and, trying to be subtle, switched to the camera and turned it around to record behind me. When I watched the video later, I nearly threw up. There was a figure on the road behind me, completely blacked out like the ones in my room, walking toward me. In the video, it's just this dark humanoid shape moving along the sidewalk. The streetlights didn't illuminate it at all. It was like it was absorbing the light. I ran the rest of the way home and locked myself in my room. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I went to the bathroom to shower and noticed scratches on my back when I looked in the mirror. 3 long scratches from my right shoulder blade down to the middle of my back. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there, and I have no idea how I got them. I hadn't done anything that would have caused scratches like that. Later that same day, I was changing shirts and noticed something on my chest. It looked like a Roman numeral 6 had appeared on my skin, not cut in or anything, just like a red mark or rash in that exact shape. I took pictures of both the scratches and the mark because I knew no one would believe me otherwise. I was terrified to be in my own house after that. I started spending more time at my mum's, making up excuses about wanting to see her more. My dad noticed the change, but didn't push it too much. I think he thought I was just being a typical teenager. The activity seemed to die down after a while. Maybe whatever it was got bored with me, or maybe I just got better at ignoring it. I went to college in 2020 and moved out, only coming back for holidays and occasional weekends. My dad kept my room the same, which was nice of him, but also meant I still had to sleep up there when I visited. Last Christmas, I came home for the first time in months. Everything felt normal at first. I was actually starting to think I had imagined the whole thing, or at least exaggerated it in my memory. Then on my second night home, I was sitting on my bed texting when I heard the click. My old space heater, the same one from years ago, turned on by itself. Just like before. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even been near it. It just turned on. I packed my bags and went to a hotel that night, told my dad there was a plumbing issue in my bathroom and I didn't want to bother him with it. I don't know what's in that house. I don't know if it's attached to the building or to me or what. All I know is that whatever was there when I was a kid is still there now. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at college, I get the feeling it followed me. Sometimes I still see those shapes in the dark corners of my room, darker than darkness, watching me. The most terrifying part is that I still have no explanation. No one ever died in that house as far as I know. There was no tragic history, no buried secrets, just an ordinary house that something not ordinary decided to inhabit. I still have the video of that figure following me on the street. I still have the pictures of the scratches and the mark. But I've never shown them to anyone. Part of me is afraid of what people would think, and part of me is afraid that acknowledging it might make it stronger somehow. All I know is that I'm never going back to that third floor again if I can help it. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear someone whispering, "Hey!" right beside my ear. Story 6. I still can't believe it's been 6 months since I moved into this house. After 23 years of marriage, the divorce left me feeling empty, but strangely free. Tim wanted us to split the assets and each buy a condo, practical as always. But I was adamant about having a waterfront view. Something about water has always called to me, especially now that I needed healing. When my realtor showed me the Victorian on River Road, I felt an immediate connection despite its terrible condition. The bank had repossessed it after the previous owners abandoned it, and they'd done a real number on the place before leaving. There were holes punched in the walls, bizarre room configurations that deliberately blocked the gorgeous river views, and oddly enough, 3 fully stocked bars throughout the house. Who needs that much alcohol on hand? But the price was unbelievable for waterfront property, even with all the damage. My daughter Melissa thought I was crazy. "Mom, this place is a disaster. You'll spend more fixing it than you saved buying it." But I could see past the damage to what it could be. My ex called it my midlife crisis purchase, but it felt right. The day I got the keys, my friend Elaine came with me. She's into all that spiritual stuff, crystals, tarot, you know, and I'm usually the first to roll my eyes at it. But the moment we walked through the front door, she grabbed my arm. "Maggie, there's something here." Her face was pale. "Yeah, awful wallpaper and questionable plumbing," I joked, but she shook her head. "No, something happened here, something violent." She walked around touching walls like she was reading Braille. "You need to cleanse this place before you move in." I laughed it off then, but within a week of moving in, I started noticing things. At first it was small stuff. Keys that weren't where I left them, or a coffee mug I could have sworn I'd put in the dishwasher suddenly sitting on the counter. I blamed it on the stress of moving and renovation chaos. Then more obvious things started happening. I'd wake up to find antique items I'd never seen before, sitting on my kitchen table. An old brass compass, a tarnished pocket watch, a small wooden box with intricate carvings. I asked the contractors if they'd found them during demolition, but they all denied it. By the 3rd week, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I was up late unpacking boxes in the living room when I saw it. An orb of light, like a glowing softball, floating across the room. It wasn't a reflection or headlights from the road. It moved with purpose, hovering briefly by the fireplace before disappearing through the wall. I called Elaine the next morning, and she came over with sage and salt, performing some ritual she swore would clear negative energy. I felt silly watching her, but I was desperate enough to try anything. The energy is confused, not malevolent, she said afterward. Whatever's here doesn't want to hurt you. That was somewhat reassuring, but it didn't explain the knocking. Whenever I'd argue on the phone with Tim about alimony, or with Melissa about her dropping out of college, the walls would react. Knocks and thuds that couldn't be explained by settling or pipes. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks. Like someone was trying to interrupt or calm things down. The worst incident happened when Melissa stayed over about 2 months after I moved in. I was at the grocery store when she called me, hysterical. "Mom, I'm in the car. I'm not coming back in that house." She told me she'd been singing along to music while unpacking some of her old bedroom things in the guest room, singing rather badly and loudly, she admitted. That's when she heard a male voice, clear as day, say, "Shut your mouth, little lady." She was alone in the house. She ran out so fast she left her purse behind. I almost sold the place after that. I would have if not for Fred, my 80-year-old neighbor who stopped by the next day with a casserole. "Saw your girl tear out of here yesterday like the devil himself was after her," he said as I invited him in. "House giving you troubles?" I hesitated before admitting what had been happening. Fred nodded like this was perfectly normal conversation. Figured as much. This place has history. He settled into my new couch, seemingly unbothered. "Back in the 70s, before the Millers owned it, there was a murder here. Husband killed his wife in the garage, then himself. Brutal business." My blood ran cold. The real estate disclosure didn't mention any deaths. Fred snorted. Bank probably didn't know or didn't want to know. The Millers bought it in '82, lived here 30 years before they left. Strange folks toward the end. Left? The bank said they abandoned it. Overnight, practically. Left clothes in closets, food in the fridge. Their son came by months later to collect some photos, but that was it. Before the bank took it, the place sat empty for years. I remembered the personal items the cleanup crew had found when clearing out the house. Photo albums, children's toys, even prescription medications. Who leaves that stuff behind? "The funny thing is," Fred continued, "they'd spent years renovating. Then right before they left, they wrecked the place. Punched holes in walls, ripped out fixtures like they were angry at the house itself. It explained the damage, but not why. Did they ever say why they left?" Fred shrugged. Never spoke to me again, but there was talk about the cellar. "Cellar? There's no cellar." "Course there is. Old houses like this all have root cellars. Entrance should be off the kitchen." I'd been renovating for months and never found any cellar entrance. I showed Fred around, and he seemed confused, pointing to a wall in my kitchen where he swore the cellar door used to be. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about a hidden cellar. Around 3 in the morning, I got up and went to the kitchen with a flashlight. The wall Fred had pointed to looked different from the others. Newer drywall, slightly different texture. I tapped it, and it sounded hollow. The next day, I asked my contractor to check it out. Sure enough, they found a sealed-up doorway. When they opened it, we found stairs leading down, but the cellar itself had been completely filled with river stones. Not just a few, thousands of them packed from floor to ceiling, completely filling the space. My contractor was baffled. "Someone spent serious money to do this," he said. "These aren't just any rocks. They're all similar size, smooth river stones, and it would have taken weeks of work." I stood there staring at this bizarre discovery, trying to make sense of it. Who fills an entire cellar with stones, and why? The house's strange activity increased after we found the cellar. The knocking became more frequent. Items would disappear and reappear with alarming regularity. One morning, I woke to find all my kitchen cupboards open. Another day, every single light in the house was turned on while I was out gardening. Yet strangely, I wasn't afraid anymore. The presence, whatever it was, seemed to be trying to communicate rather than frighten me. I started talking to it, feeling only slightly ridiculous. "Good morning, house," I'd say, or "I'm heading out now, keep an eye on things." The activity seemed to calm when I acknowledged it. Until last weekend, I was alone in the house. Tim had taken Melissa on a weekend trip, part of his new trying to be a better dad phase after our divorce. I was enjoying the solitude, painting the upstairs hallway. I needed more paint from the garage, the detached one near the river. The one Fred had mentioned was where the murder happened. I'd been avoiding spending time there, using it only for storage. When I entered, the door slammed shut behind me. I tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The windows were painted shut from my recent renovations. My phone was in the house. No one would miss me until Monday. Panic set in as I banged on the door, yelling for help, though I knew the nearest neighbor was too far to hear. After what felt like hours, I sank to the floor, exhausted. That's when I felt it. A presence so palpable, it was like another person sitting beside me. The air grew heavy, charged with something I can't explain. The temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. I wasn't alone. "Who's there?" My voice sounded small in the empty garage. No response, but the feeling intensified. Then slowly, deliberately, an invisible finger traced a word in the dust on the floor next to me. "Listen." I stared at the word, heart pounding. "I'm listening," I whispered. What happened next is hard to explain. I didn't hear words exactly, but thoughts and feelings flooded my mind that weren't my own. Images flashed through my head. A man with kind eyes watching the river, the same man arguing with a woman. Terrible anger, regret so profound it felt like drowning, but also protective feelings toward me, concern. I understood somehow that this presence had been watching over me, trying to warn me when emotions ran too high in the house, trying to remind me not to follow the path of the rage and pain that had saturated these walls. The presence, I've come to think of him as old man, showed me things about myself too, how I was still carrying anger from my divorce, how I'd been using this renovation as a distraction rather than truly healing, how I'd been focusing on perfecting this house instead of rebuilding my relationship with my daughter. I sat there crying, experiencing this strange communion with something I couldn't see but could absolutely feel. It was like years of therapy compressed into moments. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The heavy feeling lifted, and the garage door clicked open on its own. I stumbled out, feeling lighter than I had in years. That night, I slept better than I had since before my marriage fell apart. When I woke up, I found that old brass compass on my nightstand, pointing not north, but toward the river. I haven't told anyone except Elaine about what happened in the garage. She thinks the spirit was trapped here and needed me as much as I needed it, that sometimes houses choose their owners to help heal old wounds. Fred thinks I'm crazy for staying, but I've never felt more at home anywhere. The activity has settled into a comfortable routine now. Small signs that I'm not alone, but nothing frightening. The knocking still happens when emotions run high. A gentle reminder to stay calm. I've decided not to excavate the cellar. Some things are meant to stay buried. Some stones are better left unturned. The contractors think I'm eccentric now. Last week they caught me talking to an empty room, asking old man what color he thought we should paint the living room. But I don't care. This house and I are healing each other, one renovation at a time. I still don't know exactly what happened here all those years ago, or why the Millers left so suddenly. But I understand now why I felt drawn to this place from the beginning. Some broken things recognize each other, and sometimes the most unlikely guardians watch over us while we put ourselves back together. Story 7. I've never been a fan of December. Not because of the holidays or family stuff, but because of what happened in December 2012 when I was 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I've never told anyone outside my immediate family, until now. That December, my mom and sister went to visit my aunt in Michigan for 2 weeks before Christmas. It was just me and my dad at home, which wasn't a big deal. We got along well enough, though we had our differences. The biggest one was about supernatural stuff. I was always into ghost stories, paranormal investigations, that kind of thing. Not like I was obsessed, but I found it interesting and would watch those ghost hunting shows when nothing else was on. My dad, on the other hand, hated when I talked about that stuff. Like, he'd literally leave the room if I brought it up. At first, I thought he was just being closed-minded, but later, I learned from my mum that his side of the family had some weird history with supernatural things. She didn't give details, just said his grandmother was sensitive, and his mum had some experiences that freaked him out as a kid. He basically grew up being told not to invite things in by talking about them. Anyway, on December 12th, 3 days after Mum and my sister left, I was hanging out at home with my dad. We were watching TV in the living room, some basketball game, when a commercial for one of those ghost hunting shows came on. I made some joke about setting up cameras in our house to see if we had any ghosts. My dad got this look on his face, not angry, more like anxious, and said, "Don't even joke about that stuff, Kevin." Being the immature 19-year-old I was, I pushed it. "What, you think our house is haunted or something?" "No, and I want to keep it that way," he said, completely serious. I remember laughing it off, but his reaction stuck with me. Later that night, I called my friend Zach and asked if I could crash at his place. He lived about 20 minutes away, and we were planning to go to a concert the next day anyway, so it made sense to stay over. Before I left, I called out to my dad, who was in his home office. "Hey, I'm heading to Zach's now. See you tomorrow afternoon." "Drive safe," he called back. I couldn't resist adding, "Watch out for any ghosts tonight." Then I laughed and walked out the door. I didn't think much about it at the time. It was just me being a jerk, honestly. The concert was awesome, some local bands at this small venue downtown, and I ended up staying at Zach's the next day too, playing video games and just hanging out. Around 4 in the afternoon on December 14th, my phone rang. It was my dad, which was weird because he never called unless it was important. Usually he'd just text. "Kevin, when are you coming home?" His voice sounded off. I was thinking of staying another night at Zach's, if that's cool." There was a pause. "I need you to come home now." The way he said it made my stomach drop. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "Just come home, okay?" Then he hung up. I made up some excuse to Zach about my dad needing help with something and drove home, my mind racing the whole time. Had something happened to Mom and my sister? Was Dad sick? The 20-minute drive felt like hours. When I got home, the house seemed normal. No ambulances, no obvious signs of trouble. I found my dad sitting at the kitchen table, staring at something in his hands. As I got closer, I realized it was this old Slinky Dog toy from Toy Story, a collector's item I'd had since I was a kid. It was metal and plastic, about a foot long, and I kept it on my bookshelf with other childhood stuff I couldn't bring myself to throw away. "Dad, what's going on?" He looked up at me, and I swear he looked like he'd aged 10 years overnight. His face was pale, eyes bloodshot like he hadn't slept. "Sit down," he said, placing the toy dog on the table between us. I sat, totally confused. "Is this about the Slinky Dog? Did you break it or something?" He shook his head. "After you left last night, I was working in my office until about 11, then went to bed. Around midnight, I woke up because I heard footsteps." "Footsteps? Like outside?" "No, in your room." A chill ran down my spine. But I wasn't home. "Exactly." He rubbed his face. "At first I thought maybe you'd come back for something, so I called out your name." No answer. The footsteps stopped. I got up and checked your room, but nobody was there. I figured maybe the house was settling or something, so I closed your door and went back to bed." He took a deep breath before continuing. "About 20 minutes later, I heard your door open. Not like it was pushed by the wind, like someone turned the knob and opened it. I froze in my bed, thinking someone had broken in. I was about to grab the baseball bat I keep under the bed when I heard this rolling sound, like something metal on the hardwood floor in the hallway. I stared at the slinky dog on the table, my mouth dry. "This thing," he pointed at the toy, "rolled down the hallway by itself, Kevin, from your room all the way to my doorway, and then it stopped right at my door." "Maybe it fell off my shelf and the floor is uneven or something," I suggested, not believing it myself. Dad shook his head. "The thing is, right before it stopped rolling, I heard," his voice cracked, "I heard a child laughing. Coming from your room, a little kid's laugh." The hair on my arms stood up. I'd never seen my dad look scared before, but he was terrified now. I turned on every light in the house and searched every room, every closet. Nothing. Nobody. But this toy was right there in my doorway, Kevin. And it had been on your shelf earlier that day. I remember seeing it when I walked past your room. We sat in silence for a minute. My dad, who never believed in anything supernatural, was sitting here telling me a ghost story. And he wasn't joking. "Maybe someone broke in and was messing with you?" I suggested. "The doors were locked, windows closed, and who breaks in just to move a toy and laugh?" He had a point. "So what do you want to do?" "I don't know. I didn't sleep at all last night. I kept hearing those footsteps in your room." He looked up at me. "I shouldn't have told you not to talk about ghosts. Maybe I made it worse by being so afraid of it." That night, we decided to do a test. We put the slinky dog back on my bookshelf and carefully positioned it so we'd know if it moved even slightly. Dad suggested I sleep in my own room, but honestly, I was too freaked out. Instead, we both camped out in the living room with a clear view of the hallway leading to our bedrooms. We left all the lights on and tried to stay awake, but around 2 in the morning, I dozed off on the couch. Dad woke me up by grabbing my arm so hard it hurt. "Listen," he whispered. At first I didn't hear anything. Then it came, soft footsteps, like someone in socks walking across my bedroom floor. Back and forth, back and forth. My room was empty. We'd checked it thoroughly before settling in the living room. "What the hell?" I whispered. The footsteps stopped suddenly. Then came the sound we'd been dreading, the distinct metallic roll of the slinky dog's wheels on hardwood. I felt like I couldn't breathe as the sound got closer, moving down the hallway toward us. Dad reached over and flipped on the hallway light. The toy wasn't in the hallway, but when we rushed to my room and turned on the light, the slinky dog was on the floor next to my bed, not on the shelf where we'd left it. And then we heard it, a soft, childish giggle that seemed to come from the corner of my room. Not mischievous or friendly. There was something wrong about that laugh, something that made my blood turn to ice. Dad and I looked at each other, and without a word, we backed out of the room. I grabbed the toy and we went straight to the garage, where Dad found an old lockbox. We put the slinky dog inside, locked it, and put the key in his wallet. Neither of us slept that night. We sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, drinking coffee and barely talking. What was there to say? We'd both experienced something impossible. The next day, I called my mum and made up some story about a pipe bursting in the house. I convinced her and my sister to stay with my aunt until Christmas Eve, instead of coming back on the 20th like they'd planned. I didn't want them in the house until we figured out what was happening. For the next several nights, Dad and I took turns sleeping. One would stay awake while the other tried to rest. The footsteps continued each night around midnight, always in my room. Sometimes we'd hear that laugh again, but nothing else moved after we locked away the toy. I tried researching the history of our house, thinking maybe a child had died there or something, but found nothing unusual. Our neighborhood was only about 20 years old, built on what used to be farmland. No reported deaths, no tragic stories. On December 23rd, the day before Mom and my sister were due back, the footsteps stopped. Just like that. No warning, no big finale. They just didn't happen that night, or the next night, or any night since. We never told Mom, or my sister, Dad and I had a silent agreement not to mention it. The lockbox with the slinky dog stayed in the attic when we moved 2 years later. As far as I know, it's still there in our old house. To this day, I don't know what happened during those weird December nights. Was it a ghost, some kind of energy, a shared hallucination? I just know that my dad never again told me not to talk about supernatural things. Sometimes I catch him listening when I tell ghost stories at family gatherings, a strange, knowing look on his face. I still hate December, and I'll never buy another slinky toy as long as I live. Story 8. I've never told this story in full detail before. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a bit. But I need to share what happened to me. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. It all started back in early 2019. At first, they were just random thoughts that popped into my head, the kind everyone has. Except mine started coming true. I live in Meriton, a small coastal city where nothing extraordinary ever happens. I work at a local marketing firm, live in a modest apartment, and until 2019, I would have described myself as completely ordinary. I was never into the paranormal or anything spiritual. I was a skeptic through and through. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in late 2018. He underwent surgery in February 2019, and while the doctors were optimistic, it took a toll on him. He was 78, still living independently in his own home about 20 minutes from mine. We weren't exceptionally close. I loved him, of course, but we weren't the type to call each other daily or share our deepest thoughts. We'd see each other at family gatherings, maybe grab lunch once a month. The first incident happened in March. I was helping him around the house after his surgery. Just basic stuff like taking out trash, fixing a leaky faucet, and making sure he had groceries. We were in his kitchen, and I was putting away some dishes while he shuffled around with his walker. Out of nowhere, a thought popped into my head. What if Grandpa fell right now? It wasn't like I was worried about it. It was just a random, intrusive thought. I remember feeling a bit guilty for even thinking it. Less than 5 minutes later, I heard a crash from the living room. My grandfather had lost his balance and fallen while trying to reach for the TV remote. He wasn't seriously hurt, just a bruise on his hip. But I remember feeling a chill run down my spine as I helped him up. "Just got dizzy for a second," he said, embarrassed. "Happened sometime since the surgery." I brushed it off as a coincidence. Of course I'd worry about an elderly person falling. That's normal. It didn't mean anything, but then it happened again. A few weeks later, I was driving to pick him up for a doctor's appointment. I had this sudden thought. What if his power went out and he couldn't charge his phone? It was completely random. It was a sunny day, no storms in the forecast. When I arrived at his house, he was waiting on the porch. "Power's been out for an hour," he said. "Had to use my emergency flashlight to find my medication this morning." I still tried to rationalize it. Coincidences happen, right? But over the next few months, these coincidences kept piling up. I'd think about something specific and minor, like Grandpa getting a call from an old friend. And later that day, he'd mentioned that his buddy from the Navy had called out of the blue. I started getting anxious. What was happening to me? I didn't tell anyone. How could I explain it without sounding crazy? I started keeping a journal, documenting these thoughts and when they came true. By November, I had logged over 30 instances, almost all involving my grandfather. As Christmas approached, my anxiety grew worse. My premonitions were becoming more frequent and more accurate. My grandfather seemed to be doing okay. The cancer was in remission, and he was getting stronger every day. But I couldn't shake this growing sense of dread. On December 23rd, I bought him a fishing rod as a Christmas gift. He loved fishing off the pier, though he hadn't gone much since his surgery. I wrapped it up and set it under my tiny apartment Christmas tree. looking forward to giving it to him. Christmas Eve arrived. The plan was for me to pick up my grandfather around 4 in the afternoon and drive him to my dad's house for dinner. My dad lived about 45 minutes away, and he always went all out for Christmas Eve: turkey, ham, all the trimmings. That morning, I was getting ready, wrapping a few last-minute gifts, when the most disturbing thought I'd ever had suddenly flooded my mind. What if we get there and Grandpa's dead? It'd be like those sad movies. He died on Christmas. The thought hit me like a physical blow. I actually sat down on my bedroom floor, trying to catch my breath. It wasn't like the other thoughts. This one came with an overwhelming sense of dread, a certainty that made me feel sick. I tried to shake it off. I took a shower, got dressed, and headed to my grandfather's house, the whole time trying to push away the horrible thought. When I arrived, I almost expected... I don't know what I expected. But there he was, dressed in his Christmas sweater with reindeer on it, looking better than he had in months. "There's my boy," he said, giving me a hug. "Ready for your dad's famous eggnog?" The relief I felt was immense. See? Just my imagination running wild. We drove to my dad's, and I was so grateful for every minute of that car ride. We talked about fishing, about the weather, about his plans to maybe take a small trip in the spring. He seemed so alive, so present. Dinner was wonderful. My dad, stepmom, 2 stepsisters, and a few family friends all gathered around the table. Grandpa ate heartily, told his old Navy stories, the same ones he always told, and even had a small glass of whiskey, which the doctor had finally said was okay, in moderation. At the end of the night, I dropped him off at home. He hugged me again and said, "See you tomorrow afternoon for leftovers at your dad's." I gave him his gift, the fishing rod, and he was like a kid, immediately opening it and testing it out in his living room. "I might even go try this out tomorrow morning," he said excitedly. "Weather's supposed to be perfect." I remember watching him wave from his porch as I drove away. That's the last time I saw him. Christmas morning I slept in. I was supposed to be at my dad's around 2 in the afternoon for our traditional Christmas leftover lunch. Around 11, my phone rang. It was my dad. I could tell immediately from his voice that something was wrong. "Martin," he said, his voice breaking, "there's been an accident." My grandfather had decided to go fishing that morning with his new rod. On his way back home around 10:30, a truck ran a red light and T-boned his car at an intersection near the pier. He died instantly, they said, on Christmas Day, just like I had thought. I don't remember much about the rest of that day. I know I drove to my dad's house. I know there were police officers, paperwork, phone calls to other family members, but it's all a blur. The only clear memory I have is sitting on my dad's back porch alone, sometime in the evening, staring at the stars and feeling like I was going to throw up. I kept thinking, I knew. Somehow, I knew, and I didn't do anything about it. The guilt was overwhelming. Could I have stopped it if I had said something? "Grandpa, don't go fishing tomorrow, or let me come with you"? Would it have changed anything? Or would the universe have found another way to make my premonition come true? The funeral was 5 days later. I went through the motions, accepted condolences, helped carry the casket. But inside, I was falling apart. Not just from grief, but from fear. What was happening to me? Why did I have these thoughts? And most importantly, would they continue? In the months that followed, I became obsessed with protecting my remaining family. I called my dad multiple times a day. I insisted my mum, who lives in another state, text me every morning and night. I'd have panic attacks if friends didn't respond to messages quickly enough. I lived in constant fear of having another premonition, especially about someone I loved. I'd analyze every thought, wondering if it was just a normal thought or if it was another prediction. It was exhausting. But here's the strangest part. After my grandfather died, the premonition stopped completely. It's been over 4 years now, and I haven't had a single thought that came true in that same eerie way. It was as if whatever connection or ability I had was specifically tied to my grandfather. That's what I can't make sense of. Why him? We weren't unusually close. I loved him, but we didn't have some deep spiritual bond, at least not one I was aware of. Yet almost all of my premonitions involved him, and they all happened in the last year of his life. Was there some connection between us I never knew about? Was I somehow tuned into his life force as it was preparing to leave this world? Or was it all just a series of coincidences that my grief-stricken mind has twisted into something more meaningful? I still don't know. I've tried researching similar experiences, consulted with a few spiritual advisors, something I never would have done before. Even had a few sessions with a therapist. No one has been able to explain it to my satisfaction. The premonitions have stopped, but the memory of them, especially that last one, still haunts me. I still have nightmares where I'm trying to warn my grandfather, but no words come out. I still feel the guilt of not trying to prevent what happened, even though rationally, I know there was probably nothing I could have done. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever experience anything like that again. Part of me hopes I don't. It was terrifying and heartbreaking. But another part of me wishes for some kind of confirmation that what happened was real, that I'm not crazy, that there was some purpose to it all. For now, I live with the uncertainty. I've gotten better at not obsessively checking on my loved ones, though I still have my moments. I've started to accept that some things in this world can't be explained, at least not in ways that make sense to our limited understanding. If anyone out there has experienced something similar, I'd love to hear about it. Maybe together we can make sense of these connections that transcend our normal understanding of reality. Or maybe some things are just meant to remain mysteries. All I know for sure is that on Christmas Eve 4 years ago, I somehow knew my grandfather would die the next day. And he did. And I've never been the same since. Story 9. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night at my friend Sarah's apartment. It was about 3 weeks ago, and I've barely slept since. I'm only sharing this now because I need to tell someone who might understand. I can't talk to my family about it. They'd think I'm crazy or making it up for attention. It started innocently enough. Sarah had just moved into this gorgeous penthouse apartment downtown, one of those pre-war buildings with character. You know the type. Tall ceilings, ornate crown molding, hardwood floors that creak when you walk across them. The kind of place that has stories embedded in the walls. She'd been begging me to come over for a weekend sleepover since she moved in 2 months ago, and I finally had a free Saturday. When I arrived around 7 in the evening, Sarah gave me the grand tour. The apartment was stunning, but something about it felt, I don't know, heavy? That sounds stupid when I type it out, but that's the only way I can describe it. The place had these massive wooden plaster walls that made every sound echo slightly. It was the kind of silence that feels alive, if that makes any sense. We ordered pizza, drank some wine, and caught up on life. Sarah's the kind of friend where you can go months without talking, and then pick up exactly where you left off. Around 11, we were sprawled across her living room, me on the sofa and her on the floor with pillows, when our conversation took a turn toward deeper topics. I should mention that Sarah had recently gone through a tough breakup and had been exploring spirituality as a way to cope. She'd been reading all these books about religion, meditation, and the spiritual realm. Her massive bookshelf was filled with everything from the Bible to books on Buddhism to guides about spiritual warfare. Some of them looked ancient with worn leather bindings. "Do you believe in evil?" she asked me suddenly, swirling the last bit of wine in her glass. "Like actual demonic forces?" I hesitated. I've always considered myself spiritual but not religious in any organized way. I think there's negative energy in the world, I replied carefully. Whether you want to call that demons or just human darkness is up for debate. Sarah sat up straighter. I've been reading about protection rituals. Did you know that in almost every major religion there are specific prayers or practices meant to ward off evil spirits? From there, our conversation deepened. We discussed faith, spiritual protection, whether demons could attach themselves to objects or places. I was playing devil's advocate, poor choice of words in retrospect, questioning whether these entities actually existed or were just psychological manifestations of our own fears. The clock on her wall showed it was just past midnight when I felt it. The air in the room seemed to change. It was subtle at first, like when the barometric pressure drops before a storm. My ears felt slightly plugged, and the hair on my arms stood up. The temperature hadn't changed, but I suddenly wanted to wrap myself in a blanket. Some traditions believe that speaking about demons can actually summon them, Sarah was saying. It's why exorcists are so careful about... Wham! I nearly jumped out of my skin. A book had fallen from the top shelf of Sarah's bookcase and slammed onto the hardwood floor about 6 feet away from us, not slid off gently. It literally flew off the shelf and crashed down with force, as if someone had thrown it. Sarah and I locked eyes. Her face had gone completely white. That was probably nothing, I said, trying to sound calm. My heart was racing. Old buildings settle. Maybe we put the book too close to the edge earlier. But we both knew we hadn't touched her bookshelf all evening. I stood up and walked over to the fallen book. It was an old hardcover titled Spiritual Warfare: The Invisible Battle. I felt a cold wave wash over me as I read the title. Of all the books on that packed shelf, this specific one had fallen at this specific moment in our conversation. I tried to play it cool. "See?" I said, forcing a smile. "That's exactly what happens when you call them by name. They don't like it. They try to scare you." I was desperately trying to sound brave, remembering something I'd once read about how showing fear could make paranormal activity worse, like it feeds off your terror. Inside, though, I was screaming. Every instinct told me to get out of that apartment immediately. Sarah laughed nervously. "Should we put it back?" "Let's just leave it," I suggested, not wanting to touch the book. "We should probably talk about something else anyway. Tell me about that promotion you were up for." We deliberately changed the subject, talking about work and mutual friends. But the easy flow of conversation was gone. We were both on edge, glancing at the bookshelf every few minutes. I kept checking the time on my phone: 12:40, 12:50, 1:10. At 1:20, it happened again. We were discussing a mutual friend's wedding plans when another book flew off the shelf, not from the same spot as the first one, but from the opposite end. This time, it was even more violent, slamming against the wall before hitting the floor. The sound in that echoey apartment was like a gunshot. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't the building settling. This book had moved laterally before falling, as if pushed with force. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, pulling her knees to her chest. I stood up, my entire body trembling. "What was that book about?" I asked, not moving toward it. Sarah slowly got up and approached it. It's my grandmother's Bible," she said, her voice shaking. She picked it up and quickly backed away from the bookshelf. That's when I knew with absolute certainty we weren't alone. The timing was too precise, the selection of books too specific. It felt responsive to our earlier conversation, like something had been listening and was now answering. I remembered my religious grandmother always saying that speaking the name of Jesus had power. Without really thinking it through, I stood up straight and said in the loudest, most authoritative voice I could muster, "In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. You are not welcome here. Leave this house now." My voice echoed off those tall plaster walls. For a moment, the silence that followed was deafening. Sarah burst into tears. "I need to wash my face," she mumbled, rushing to the bathroom. I could hear her sobbing through the door. I stood frozen in the living room, afraid to move. The books on the floor seemed to be mocking me. I was terrified that speaking out loud had made things worse. Had I challenged something I shouldn't have? When Sarah came back, her face was pale and blotchy. "You can't leave," she said immediately, grabbing my arm. "Please don't leave me alone here tonight." "I wasn't planning to," I assured her, though part of me wanted nothing more than to run out the door and never look back. We decided to camp out in her bedroom rather than stay in the living room. Neither of us voiced it, but we both wanted to put as many walls as possible between us and that bookshelf. We brought blankets and pillows and made a makeshift bed on her floor, leaving all the lights on. "Has anything like this happened before?" I asked as we huddled together, both too terrified to even think about sleep. Sarah hesitated. "Small things. Objects moving slightly, feeling watched. I thought I was imagining it, or that it was just normal noises in a new place. Nothing this deliberate." "Do you think it's the apartment?" I asked. "Like something attached to the building? Or something attached to one of those books?" she whispered. "I bought a bunch of them second-hand from estate sales." We stayed awake until dawn, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. Nothing else happened that night, but the feeling of being watched never left. When first light came through her bedroom window, we finally dozed off from sheer exhaustion. I left around noon the next day, making up an excuse about needing to prepare for work on Monday. The truth was, I couldn't stand another minute in that apartment. The bookshelf stood exactly as we'd left it, with the two empty spaces where the books had been. Sarah had put them in a paper bag and hidden them in her closet. As I was leaving, Sarah hugged me tightly. "Thank you for staying," she whispered. "I don't think I can live here anymore." A week later, Sarah moved out, breaking her lease and losing her security deposit. She never went back to pack properly, hired movers to box everything while she stayed with her parents. She told her landlord there was a mold problem. I still have nightmares about those books flying off the shelf, about the precise timing, about how it felt like something was responding directly to our conversation, making itself known. The rational part of my brain tries to explain it away. Air currents, an uneven shelf, coincidence. But I know what I experienced. I know what I felt in that room when the atmosphere changed. Whatever was in that apartment that night was listening to us. It understood what we were saying, and it wanted us to know it was there. I haven't talked about demons since. Some doors, once opened, are hard to close again. Story 10. To the power of, I've never really talked about this before. Not in detail anyway. It's weird how some experiences just stick with you, like they're waiting for the right moment to be shared. I guess today is that day. I was 12 when I started spending weekends at my grandparents' flat in the old part of Fernvale. My parents thought it might help with my autism, having a different environment, a routine that wasn't just school and home. The historic district was this strange mix of Victorian buildings converted into flats and shops with cobblestone streets that always made me feel like I'd stepped back in time. From the beginning, there was something different about their flat. Nothing dramatic at first, just the occasional shadow I'd catch from the corner of my eye, or this feeling of being watched when I was alone in a room. You know that sensation when you're convinced someone just walked past, but when you turn around, there's nobody there. That happened a lot. I chalked it up to an overactive imagination. When you're 12, it's easy to convince yourself that's all it is. My grandfather was my favorite person in the world. He never made me feel different or weird about my autism. When I got overwhelmed by sounds or needed to sit in silence for an hour sorting my rock collection, he'd just sit nearby reading his newspaper, keeping me company without demands. He understood me in a way few people did. When he died in 2016, it felt like someone had ripped away a piece of me. I was 14 then, and his death hit me harder than anything I'd ever experienced. I remember sitting in his favorite chair after the funeral, holding his bowler hat. He always wore one when they went out, old-fashioned like that, and just crying until I couldn't breathe properly. My grandmother couldn't cope on her own after he passed. She'd forget to eat, wouldn't clean the flat, and sometimes I'd call, and she wouldn't remember who I was for the first few minutes of our conversation. My parents decided I should move in with her the following year. I didn't mind. By then, the weekend routine had become important to me, and living in the flat full-time seemed like a way to stay connected to my grandfather. It was only after I moved in permanently that my grandmother started telling me about the others who lived with us. She wasn't senile or confused. She would be perfectly lucid, making tea or folding laundry, when she'd casually mentioned seeing the town crier in the hallway that morning. "The what?" I asked the first time she mentioned it. "The town crier," she repeated as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "Tall fellow, always looks worried. Been seeing him for years." When I pressed her for more information, she revealed that she'd been seeing spirits in the flat for decades. There was the town crier, a young girl in a Victorian dress who liked to sit on the windowsill in the kitchen, and most frequently a very tall man in a bowler hat who would sit in my grandfather's chair reading a newspaper. "Like Grandpa's hat?" I asked, thinking of the black bowler that still hung on the coat rack by the door. "Very similar, yes," she nodded. "He's been here the longest. Your grandfather saw him too." That detail hit me hard. Grandpa had never mentioned seeing ghosts to me, but then again, he'd been a practical man who didn't talk much about things that couldn't be explained logically. Grandpa saw ghosts. I couldn't hide my surprise. "Not ghosts, Sophie, just people who haven't quite left." She stirred her tea calmly. "He mostly saw the little Victorian girl and a soldier who used to walk through your bedroom wall. Back then it wasn't a bedroom, of course. This building used to be something else entirely. I did some research after that conversation and discovered our building had been constructed in 1872 and had served various purposes. A merchant's office, a doctor's practice, and briefly a recruitment center during World War I. That explained the soldier, perhaps. The strange thing was, despite living in what appeared to be a paranormal hotspot, I never saw any of these apparitions myself. Not once. No Victorian girl, no worried town crier, no tall man in a bowler hat. I began to wonder if my grandmother was just making up stories to cope with her loneliness, or if her grief was manifesting as visions. But then things started happening that I couldn't explain. One afternoon, about 6 months after moving in, I was doing homework at the kitchen table when my phone simply vanished. I'd placed it next to my textbook, looked down to write something, and when I reached for it again, it was gone. I searched everywhere, under the table, in drawers, even in the refrigerator in case I'd absent-mindedly put it there. Autism sometimes makes me do things on autopilot. It was nowhere. My grandmother helped me look, but we never found it. 3 days later, it reappeared on the bathroom sink, just sitting there, battery still at the same percentage as when it disappeared. Another time, I woke up to find my mobile had moved from my bedside table to my TV stand overnight. The distance wasn't far, maybe 7 feet, but I know I didn't move it. I'm extremely particular about where I place things before sleeping. It's part of my routine, and I never deviate from it. The most unsettling occurrences were the voices. I'd be in my room at night, usually reading or drawing before bed, and I'd hear someone call my name from the living room. Not a whisper or a shout, just a normal voice saying, "Sophie." Clear as day. The first few times, I went to check on my grandmother, thinking she needed something. Each time, I found her sound asleep in her bedroom. After the 5th or 6th time, I mentioned it to her. "That'll be the bowler hat man," she said, not looking up from her knitting. "He does that sometimes. I think he's checking on you." "But why would he call my name if I can't see him?" I asked. She smiled faintly. "Maybe he doesn't want to frighten you by showing himself." That thought stayed with me. Was I being protected somehow? Was that why I never saw what my grandparents saw? The flat always had a strange atmosphere that I couldn't quite put into words. It wasn't threatening or scary, just heavy. Like the air was thick with something unseen. Some rooms felt lonelier than others. The spare room that we used for storage was the worst. I avoided going in there whenever possible because the sadness in that room was almost tangible. My grandmother avoided it too, though she never said why. One night in the winter of 2018, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps that couldn't possibly belong to my frail grandmother. I froze in bed, listening as they moved past my door and continued toward the living room. Then came the distinct sound of someone sitting in my grandfather's old armchair, the creak of springs that I'd recognize anywhere. Heart pounding, I slipped out of bed and crept to my door, opening it just a crack. The hallway was dark, but there was a faint light coming from the living room. Not electric light, but a soft, diffused glow. I tiptoed down the hall, telling myself I was being ridiculous, that there was probably a logical explanation. When I reached the living room entrance, I stopped dead. My grandfather's chair was facing away from me, toward the window, but I could see someone was sitting in it. The shape of a head and shoulders was visible above the back of the chair. Next to it, on the side table, was what looked like a folded newspaper and unmistakably a bowler hat. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. Whatever was sitting in that chair wasn't making any sound, wasn't moving, just existing in the quiet of our living room at 3 in the morning. Suddenly the figure seemed to sense my presence. The head turned slightly, not enough for me to see a face, just enough to acknowledge me. I felt a wave of something. Not fear, exactly. More like recognition, like whatever was sitting there knew exactly who I was, and was simply checking that I was okay. Then the light began to fade, and as it did, the figure seemed to dissolve into the darkness. Within seconds, the room was completely dark again, and the chair was empty. I didn't tell my grandmother about that night. Somehow it felt private, like a moment that was meant just for me. But after that, the feeling of being watched intensified. I'd be doing homework and suddenly feel eyes on me. I'd be cooking dinner and sense someone standing behind me, not in a threatening way, more like someone keeping an eye on things. The strangest part? It was comforting, like having a silent guardian. My grandmother passed away in early 2019. After the funeral, I had to pack up the flat since I was moving back with my parents. As I was boxing up the living room, I came across my grandfather's bowler hat, still hanging on the coat rack. I took it down, ran my fingers along the brim, and on impulse, placed it on my grandfather's chair. It seemed right somehow. I went to the kitchen to get more packing tape, and when I returned, the hat was gone. Not fallen behind the chair, not slipped under a cushion, completely gone, just like my phone had been years earlier. I searched the entire flat but never found it. That night, my last in the flat, I heard my name called from the living room again. Sophie. Just once, clear and distinct. I didn't get up to check this time. Instead, I said quietly, "I'm leaving tomorrow. I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you for watching over us." There was no response, of course, but the heavy feeling that had permeated the flat for as long as I could remember seemed to lift slightly, like a subtle acknowledgement. I still don't know what to make of everything that happened in that flat. Why my grandparents saw the spirits clearly, while I only experienced their presence indirectly. Why things disappeared and reappeared. Why my name was called in the night. I've researched paranormal phenomena extensively since then, trying to find explanations, but nothing quite fits. Sometimes I wonder if the tall man in the bowler hat was protecting me because of my connection to my grandfather, or maybe because of my autism. I process the world differently and simply couldn't perceive what others could. All I know is that whatever presence was in that flat never meant us harm. I've never felt watched like that since leaving Fernvale. Sometimes I miss it, that sensation of having an invisible guardian. Whenever I visit the historic district now, I find myself looking up at the windows of our old flat, half expecting to see a tall figure in a bowler hat looking back down at me. I never do, of course, but sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear I hear my name being called when nobody's there. Story 11. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. I've always considered myself an open-minded skeptic. You know, the kind who looks for logical explanations before jumping to supernatural conclusions. I'm an artist by trade, and I suppose that makes me more observant than most. I notice details, light patterns, shadows. But what happened that evening 4 years ago still haunts me, and no matter how hard I try, I can't explain it away. I live in Pineville, one of those small rural towns where everybody knows your business. And the most exciting thing that happens is when someone puts up Christmas decorations before Thanksgiving. My wife and I were going through a rough patch back then. We ended up divorcing 2 years ago, but that's another story entirely. It was early October, and we were driving back from my mother-in-law's place with our 3 teenage daughters in the back seat. Emma was 16 at the time, Lily 14, and Emily had just turned 13 a month before. The weather was typical for that time of year, misty, with that damp chill that seeps into your bones. Not quite raining, but the kind of heavy moisture that makes your windshield fog up and blurs the headlights of oncoming traffic. We were taking the back way home, this narrow country road that cuts through farmland and crosses an old railroad track. It's not a busy crossing, but I've always been careful there. No crossing gates, just the X-shaped railroad sign. Growing up in Pineville, we'd all heard stories about accidents at that crossing over the years. It was around 8:30 in the evening, already dark, with that misty haze making visibility even worse. I slowed down as we approached the crossing. Like I always do, call me paranoid, but I've always had this thing about railroad crossings. I stop, look both ways, even when there's no train in sight. The girls were bickering about something in the back seat, some Netflix show they couldn't agree on, and my wife was scrolling through her phone. I came to almost a complete stop, peering down the tracks to my right. That's when I saw her. About 30 feet away, standing directly in the middle of the tracks, was a woman. The headlights illuminated her clearly, despite the mist. She had long, dark hair, wavy, almost wild-looking, and was wearing this flowing white dress with long sleeves. She also had what looked like a hood or veil over her head, also white. What struck me most was her posture. Her head was tilted slightly forward, but her eyes were looking up in this really unsettling way. They appeared crossed, but focused somehow. Her expression wasn't threatening. She wasn't smiling or frowning, just watching, waiting, standing perfectly still on those tracks. I blinked, and in that split second, she was gone, completely vanished. My heart was suddenly hammering in my chest. I glanced in the rearview mirror, thinking maybe she'd moved behind us, but there was nothing there, just the empty road and mist. "Did you see that?" I asked my wife, trying to keep my voice casual. She looked up from her phone, confused. "See what?" I hesitated. "Nothing, just thought I saw something on the tracks." I slowly drove across, peering out my window to see if the woman had maybe stepped off the tracks, but there was nothing. No movement, no white dress disappearing into the trees, nothing. I was about to chalk it up to my imagination, maybe a trick of light in the mist or a reflection on the damp window, when a small voice from the back seat made my blood run cold. "Dad! Did anyone else see that person standing on the railroad tracks?" It was Emily, my youngest. She was leaning forward, her face pale in the glow from the dashboard lights. "What person, honey?" my wife asked, turning around. Emily looked uncertain, like she was second-guessing herself. There was a lady standing right on the tracks. She was wearing a white dress with a veil over her head. I nearly drove off the road. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. My wife and the other girls were looking at Emily like she was making it up. "I didn't see anyone," Lily said, rolling her eyes. "Me neither," Emma added. "You're just trying to freak us out." "I'm not," Emily protested. "Dad, you saw her, right? That's why you asked if anyone else saw something." All eyes turned to me. I didn't want to scare Emily, but I also couldn't deny what had happened. "I thought I might have seen something," I admitted. but it was probably just the mist playing tricks. Emily looked at me with this knowing expression that sent chills down my spine. She didn't say anything else about it for the rest of the drive home, but I could feel her watching me in the rearview mirror. When we got home, the girls went upstairs to get ready for bed. My wife was in the kitchen making tea, and I went to my studio. I needed to get this image out of my head. Drawing has always been my way of processing things I can't quite understand. I sat at my desk and started sketching, trying to capture every detail of the woman I'd seen. The way her hair fell around her shoulders, the flowing white dress, the tilted head, and those disturbing eyes. I worked for nearly an hour, adding shadows and details, until I had a complete rendering of the figure I'd seen standing on those tracks. I didn't tell Emily what I was doing. I didn't want to put any ideas in her head or influence her memory of what she'd seen. But the next morning, when everyone else had left for school and work, I called Emily into my studio. I want to show you something," I said, pulling out the sketch I'd made. "Is this anything like what you saw last night?" Her reaction is something I'll never forget as long as I live. Her eyes went wide, her face drained of all color, and she let out this bone-chilling scream before backing away from the drawing. "That's her! That's exactly her!" she cried, pointing at the sketch with a shaking finger. "How did you know? How did you draw her exactly like that?" "Because I saw her too, Emily," I said quietly. "She ran from the room and wouldn't come back to my studio for weeks." Later that day, when she'd calmed down, we talked about it. Without any prompting from me, she described the woman in detail. The white dress with long sleeves, the veil, the dark wavy hair, and most chillingly, the tilted head with those disturbing upturned eyes. Her description matched my drawing perfectly. What makes this whole thing even more unsettling is that nobody else in the car saw anything. Not my wife, not my other two daughters, just Emily and me. I've tried to rationalize it in countless ways. Maybe it was a reflection, a trick of the light, a shared hallucination somehow. But how could a 13-year-old girl and her 42-year-old father have the exact same hallucination, down to the specific details of clothing and facial expression? I've researched the history of that railroad crossing since then. There have been accidents there over the years, but nothing that clearly connects to a young woman in white. I've asked some of the older residents of Pineville if they've ever heard stories about a ghost on those tracks, but no one seems to know anything. Emily and I don't talk about it much anymore. She's 17 now, and whenever we have to drive across that railroad crossing, she turns her head away and closes her eyes. I still look every single time, half expecting to see that woman standing there again, but she hasn't reappeared. Last month, Emily came into my studio while I was working. She stood in the doorway for a while before asking, "Dad, do you think she was trying to warn us about something?" I didn't know how to answer that. Was she a warning, a messenger, or just a fragment of some tragic past replaying itself on those lonely tracks? "I don't know, Em," I said honestly. "But whatever she was, she chose to show herself to us for some reason." Emily nodded slowly. "Sometimes I think maybe only certain people can see her, like maybe we have something in common with her." That thought had crossed my mind too. What connected Emily and me that made us both able to see this apparition when no one else could? Was it something in our perception, our sensitivity to the world around us? Emily has always been interested in art like me. She notices details, colors, shadows that others miss. 2 weeks ago, I was driving alone at night and had to cross those same tracks. As I approached, I felt that same prickle of awareness, that same certainty that I wasn't alone. I stopped the car completely this time, cutting the engine and turning off the headlights. The silence was absolute. No wind, no distant traffic, just the soft ticking of my cooling engine. I rolled down my window and peered into the darkness. For a moment, I thought I saw a faint white shape in the distance, a subtle glow against the black backdrop of trees, but it didn't take form, didn't solidify into the woman we'd seen. As I sat there in the dark, a train whistle sounded in the distance. It was miles away, but in that moment, I felt a connection, like somehow that woman was tied to the trains that still run on these tracks, perhaps waiting for something or someone that will never come. I started my car and drove across the tracks before the distant train could arrive. When I got home, Emily was waiting up, her face pale. "You went to the crossing, didn't you?" she asked. I could feel it. I didn't ask how she knew. Some connections defy explanation. "I didn't see her," I said, "but I felt something." Emily nodded. "Me too, just now, like she's still there, waiting." I've sketched that woman dozens of times since that night 4 years ago. Each drawing is identical. I couldn't change a detail if I tried. Her image is burned into my memory like a photograph. Emily says it's the same for her. We don't know who she was or is. We don't know why she appeared to us that misty October night, or why only we could see her. Some mysteries don't have neat explanations, no matter how much the rational mind craves them. All I know is that whenever I approach that railroad crossing, day or night, I still slow down. I still look both ways, and sometimes, just sometimes, I catch myself hoping to see her again. That woman in white with her tilted head and unsettling gaze. If only to confirm that I'm not crazy, that what Emily and I experienced was real. Because the alternative, that somehow, for some inexplicable reason, a father and daughter shared the exact same detailed hallucination, might be even more terrifying than the ghost herself. Story 12. I'm still not sure why I'm sharing this. Maybe writing it down will help me process everything that happened when I was younger. I've carried these memories for so long, and sometimes I wonder if anyone would even believe me. I don't remember much from when I was really little, like 2 or 3, but my mom has told me stories that honestly freak me out to this day. The first incident happened right after my Uncle Jack died. It was completely unexpected. A heart attack at 42. My mom was devastated. She and Jack were super close growing up. I was around 3 at the time. According to my mum, she was putting me to bed one night, maybe 2 weeks after the funeral. She said I sat straight up in bed, looked her dead in the eye, and in a voice that didn't sound like mine at all, said, "Hello, Mindy. Tell Vicky I'm okay and stop crying so much." When she told me this story years later, I got goosebumps all over. See, nobody called my mum Mindy except Uncle Jack. Her name is Melinda, but Jack always called her Mindy since they were kids, and Vicky, that was Jack's girlfriend who was absolutely destroyed by his death. I never knew her well. She moved away shortly after he died. Mum said she nearly passed out when I said that. She asked me what I meant and I just shrugged and laid back down like nothing happened. When she pressed me about it the next morning, I had no memory of saying anything. That was just the beginning. When I was about 4, Mom caught me talking on my toy phone in my room. She stood in the doorway listening to me, having what sounded like a real conversation. When she asked who I was talking to, I looked up and said, "Georgia." Just matter-of-factly, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Mom went white. Georgia was her godmother, who had died from a brain aneurysm before I was even born. I never knew her, never saw pictures of her, never heard stories about her. Mom didn't talk about her death because it still hurt too much. When Mom asked what Georgia was saying, I told her that Georgia wanted her to know she was proud of how she was raising me. Then I said something that made Mom sit down right there on the floor. Georgia says, "Remember the purple bicycle and the tree with the swing." Mom started crying. When she could finally speak, she told me that when she was 9, Georgia had surprised her with a purple bike for her birthday. They would ride to this big oak tree a few blocks away that had an old rope swing. It was their special place that only they knew about. There's no way I could have known any of that, no possible way. These weird moments kept happening throughout my childhood, but the one I actually remember most clearly myself happened when I was 5, after my mom's oldest brother, my Uncle David, killed himself. The funeral was awful. I remember everyone crying, and there was this heavy feeling in the air that I couldn't understand at the time. I was sitting next to my mom in the church when I noticed Uncle David standing at the back near the doors. He looked sad, but also kind of peaceful. I tugged on Mom's sleeve and pointed. "Mom, Uncle David is right there. Why is everyone so sad?" She just hugged me tight and whispered that I shouldn't say things like that. My older cousins overheard and started making fun of me. One of them called me a weirdo, and I ran out of the main room, ended up hiding in this coat closet in the church hallway. I was sitting there crying when I felt someone sit down next to me. It was Uncle David. I wasn't scared, it just felt normal, like he was really there. "They can't see me, Lucas," he said quietly. "Only you can." "Why?" I asked. "Because you have a gift," he explained. "I'm dead now. My body is in that box up front, but this part of me," he gestured to himself, "is still here for a little while. I remember being confused. If you're dead, how come I can see you?" He smiled sadly. "Some people can see those who've passed on. You're one of them. But it might not last forever. As you get older, it might fade away." We sat there in silence for a bit before he spoke again. "I need you to tell your mom something for me. Tell her it wasn't her fault, and that I'm sorry I couldn't be stronger." I nodded, though I didn't understand what he meant. "And Lucas," he added, "don't be afraid of this gift. The dead can't hurt you." That was the first time I really understood what death meant. Not just that someone goes away, but that they're still somewhere, just not where we can normally see them. When my mom finally found me in the closet, I told her what Uncle David said. She broke down crying again, but later she told me it brought her comfort. She'd been blaming herself because they'd argued the week before he died, and she couldn't forgive herself for the things she'd said. As I got older, these direct communications started happening less frequently. By the time I was 8 or 9, I wasn't seeing full-on apparitions anymore, but weird things still occurred. I'd have incredibly vivid dreams where dead relatives would visit me. In one dream, my grandmother, who died when I was 7, told me where to find her wedding ring that had been missing since her death. I told my grandfather about it, and sure enough, it was exactly where she said it would be, in an old flour canister in the basement that no one had touched in years. My room was always a hot spot for strange activity. Toys would move on their own. My nightlight would turn on and off. Sometimes I'd wake up to find my closet door open when I distinctly remembered closing it before bed. My parents chalked it up to an overactive imagination, but I knew better. When I was 10, we moved to a different house across town. Mom hoped the incidents would stop. They didn't. The new house had its own energy, its own spirits. There was an old woman who would stand at the foot of my bed sometimes, just watching me. She never spoke, never moved closer. I wasn't scared of her. She had kind eyes, but it was still unsettling to wake up and see someone in your room who shouldn't be there. I didn't tell my parents about her. By then, I'd learned that talking about these things made people uncomfortable. Kids at school already thought I was weird because I'd sometimes zone out when I heard whispers no one else could hear. When I was 12, something happened that I still can't explain. I was home alone after school, watching TV in the living room. Suddenly, all the electronics in the house went crazy. The TV started rapidly changing channels. The stereo turned on at full volume. Lights flickered on and off. Then everything went completely silent. In that silence, I heard a voice clearly say, "There's going to be an accident. Call your father." I was terrified, but somehow managed to grab the phone and call my dad's cell. He was driving home from work, about 20 minutes away. When he answered, I begged him to pull over and wait. I couldn't explain why, just that he needed to stop driving right now. He must have heard the panic in my voice because he actually did it. 5 minutes later, there was a massive pile-up on the highway he'd been on, right where he would have been if he'd kept driving. 6 cars were totaled. 2 people died. When he got home safely an hour later, he hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. He asked how I knew, and I just shrugged. How could I explain that a disembodied voice had warned me? The older I got, the more I tried to ignore these experiences. I wanted to be normal. I wanted friends who didn't think I was a freak. I wanted to go through a day without feeling like I was being watched by people no one else could see. By high school, the vivid apparitions had mostly stopped, but I still had dreams, incredibly realistic dreams where dead people would visit me. Sometimes they were relatives, sometimes people I'd never met. They always seemed to have messages, but not always for me. Sometimes they'd ask me to tell someone something, but I usually ignored those requests. Who wants to be the weirdo who goes up to someone and says, "Hey, your dead grandmother visited me in a dream and wants you to know she loves the roses you planted"? I'm 27 now, and while I don't see full apparitions anymore, I still get feelings, still have those dreams. Sometimes I'll walk into a room and know immediately that something happened there, something tragic or violent. I'll get flashes of images, snippets of conversations from the past. My girlfriend doesn't know the full extent of it. I've told her I had some weird experiences as a kid, but not the details. I'm afraid she'll think I'm crazy. Sometimes I think I am. Last month we visited her grandparents' farm for the weekend. The moment we pulled up, I got that familiar feeling, like someone was watching me. That night I dreamed about a young man in old-fashioned clothes who kept pointing to the barn and saying something about a hidden box. I ignored it, like I usually do these days. On our last day there, her grandfather mentioned that the barn was built by his father back in the 1940s, and that he'd always believed his dad had hidden something in the foundation, but they'd never found anything. I almost told him about my dream then, but I held back. Some things are better left unsaid. I still don't understand why I had these experiences or what they mean. Was I really communicating with the dead, or was it all in my head? The rational part of me wants to believe there's some psychological explanation, but deep down, I know what I saw. I know what I heard. Uncle David was right. The ability did fade as I got older, but it never completely went away. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd embraced it instead of trying to shut it out. Would I be able to help people, or would it have consumed me completely? I don't have answers, just memories that still keep me awake some nights, and the lingering feeling that the barrier between the living and the dead isn't as solid as most people think. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and I'm alone, I still hear whispers. I just choose not to listen anymore. Story 13. I don't even know where to begin. 3 years ago, my life was normal. I had a good job as a graphic designer, a small circle of friends, and I was generally happy with who I was. Confident, strong-willed, independent. Now I'm a shell of myself, typing this with shaking hands at 4 in the morning because it's one of the rare moments when they're not actively in my head. It started after I attended an art exhibition in Oslo. I was there for work. My company had sent me to collaborate with some Norwegian artists on a project. The exhibition was held in this renovated warehouse, all concrete and exposed pipes, with weird lighting that cast everything in a bluish glow. There was this group of 5 artists whose work dominated the main hall. Abstract paintings with strange symbols hidden in the patterns. I remember feeling drawn to them, spending too much time staring at one particular canvas that seemed to shift and move if you looked at it long enough. I chatted with them at the reception afterward. They were friendly, especially this tall guy with white blonde hair who introduced himself as Magnus. He asked detailed questions about my life, my background, my beliefs. At the time, I thought it was just normal networking conversation. Now I realize he was gathering information, finding weaknesses. That night in my hotel room, I had the worst nightmare of my life. I dreamt that I was lying paralyzed while shadowy figures stood around my bed, whispering in a language I didn't understand. I woke up drenched in sweat, heart pounding. I told myself it was just jet lag and stress, but it wasn't. That was the beginning. Within a week of returning home, the sleep problems started, not just insomnia. It was like my brain had forgotten how to shut down. Every time I'd start to drift off, I'd hear whispers, feel this pressure in my head like someone was squeezing my brain. I'd jolt awake, convinced someone was in my apartment. Nobody ever was. Then came the intrusions during the day. I'd be working, and suddenly I'd hear a voice that wasn't mine in my head, saying things like, "You're nothing," or "Nobody wants you here." At first it was faint, easy to dismiss as my own self-doubt. But it got louder, more persistent, different voices, always with that slight Norwegian accent. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I do. I thought I was losing my mind. I went to my doctor, who referred me to a psychiatrist. They put me on antipsychotics. Risperdal first, then Seroquel, then clozapine. Nothing helped. The medications just made me foggy and slow, easier for them to manipulate. Because that's what they're doing, manipulating me, breaking me down piece by piece. These Norwegian occultists, Magnus and his group, they're in my head all the time now. They've been systematically dismantling everything that made me who I am. Remember when I said I was confident? Now I can't even look people in the eye. Every time I start to feel a glimmer of self-worth, it's like a switch gets flipped. My thoughts instantly turn dark. I'll be thinking, I handled that situation well, and then, snap. I'm suddenly convinced I'm the most worthless person alive. It's not gradual, it's immediate, like someone changed the channel in my brain. The worst part is that they know everything about me, everything. Memories I'd forgotten myself. Last month I was making coffee and suddenly heard Magnus's voice say, "Remember when you were 8 and wet yourself at school? Everyone saw. Everyone still remembers." I hadn't thought about that day in decades. How could they know? They're trying to change my identity. I was always independent, strong-willed. Now they're trying to turn me into God. It's humiliating to even type this. They want me to be a submissive sex slave. Those are their words, not mine. They repeat it constantly. This is all you're good for. This is your purpose. Sometimes I catch myself believing them, and that terrifies me more than anything. My speech has changed. I used to be articulate. Now I stutter, forget words mid-sentence. Sometimes I find myself speaking with a slight Norwegian accent, especially when I'm tired. I've become almost mute in social situations because I'm afraid their words will come out of my mouth instead of mine. Music was always my escape. I had playlists for everything, working, running, relaxing. Now, whenever I put on a song that used to make me feel strong or happy, they immediately create this overwhelming nausea or headache. I've tested this. It happens every single time with certain songs, but not with new music I have no emotional connection to. They're cutting me off from anything that could help me reconnect with my true self. My work has suffered massively. I used to pride myself on my creativity and attention to detail. Now I can't focus for more than 10 minutes. They'll start bombarding me with intrusive thoughts, or make my hands shake so badly I can't use my design software. Last week my boss called me in for a performance discussion. I've already lost 2 jobs since this started. I can't afford to lose another. The physical sensations are the hardest to explain to anyone who hasn't experienced this. Sometimes it feels like my energy is being sucked out through the top of my head. Other times, there's this burning sensation at the base of my skull. When they're really focusing on me, it feels like my brain is being squeezed in a vice. I've had MRIs, CT scans. Nothing shows up. Doctors look at me like I'm making it up. The sleep deprivation is torture, literal torture. I haven't had more than 3 consecutive hours of sleep in almost 3 years. They wake me up constantly, sometimes with loud, banging sounds that nobody else hears. Sometimes by making my heart race so fast, I think I'm having a heart attack. Sometimes by sending vivid images of horrible things happening to people I love. I've tried everything, moved 3 times, changed my phone number, stayed with friends, gone off the grid for weeks. They always find me. Distance doesn't matter. Distance. They've told me they have nodes all over the country. Other occultists who can take over the attack when the Norwegian group needs to rest. Last month, they started with death threats, detailed descriptions of how they're going to kill me when the time is right. I spent $500 on sleeping pills, enough for an overdose. I keep them hidden in my bathroom vent. Sometimes it feels like my only way out. I've researched occult practices, psychic attacks, everything I can find. From what I can piece together, they used that initial meeting to establish a connection. Maybe took something of mine, a hair or skin cells. The exhibition might have been a ritual disguised as art. The symbols in those paintings, I should have known, I should have felt something was wrong. They've isolated me completely. Friends stopped calling after I tried to explain what was happening. My family thinks I need serious help, code for institutionalization. And the worst part, they're somehow affecting how people treat me. Strangers look at me with disgust or fear. Service workers who are nice to everyone else are suddenly cold and dismissive with me. It's like they're projecting some aura around me that makes people see me as bankrupt, corrupt scum. Another phrase they love to repeat, I can't fight back. When I try to get angry, to build up any kind of resistance, they shut it down immediately. It's like they've installed a dimmer switch on my emotions. Anything positive or empowering gets turned down to nothing. Only fear, shame, and despair are allowed to remain at full volume. They're in my head right now as I type this, telling me nobody will believe me, that I sound crazy, that I am crazy. Maybe they're right. Maybe this is just an elaborate delusion my brain has created. But if that's true, why don't the medications help? Why can these hallucinations tell me things I couldn't possibly know? Why can they predict events before they happen? Last week they told me my aunt would call with bad news on Thursday. She did. Her cat died. A coincidence maybe. But these coincidences happen all the time now. I don't know why they chose me. I'm not special. I wasn't involved in anything occult or spiritual. I was just a normal person who happened to look too long at the wrong painting and talk to the wrong people. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. They're wearing me down. Every day, I lose a little more of myself. My memories are getting fuzzy. Sometimes I can't remember what I was like before all this started. And that's exactly what they want, to erase the real me completely. If anyone reading this has experienced something similar or knows how to fight this kind of psychic attack, please help. I'm running out of options and strength. They're telling me right now that no one will respond, that I'm completely alone in this, and the worst part is, I'm starting to believe them. Story 14. I've never really been the type to believe in the paranormal. Ghost stories were fun around campfires, but that was about it. I'm a pretty logical guy. Working as an auto mechanic will do that to you. Everything has an explanation, a cause and effect. At least that's what I thought until last month. I'm 22 and still living with my mom in this tiny house in Willowbrook. It's basically a glorified trailer, thin walls, narrow hallways, and not much privacy. The place is small enough that you can hear someone opening the fridge from any room. My mom's got 3 cats, Felix, Mittens, and Shadow, who basically own the place more than we do. They're cool though, always lounging around and keeping my mum company when I'm at work. That Friday started like any other. I worked a full shift at the garage, came home covered in grease, showered, and waited for my girlfriend Amber to come over. Mom had left for her weekend shift at the hospital. She works nights as a nurse's aide, so I had the place to myself. Amber showed up around 8, and we just hung out in my room watching movies on my laptop. Around 11, Amber mentioned she was hungry. I offered to make some nachos since we had a bag of tortilla chips and cheese in the kitchen. The house was completely dark, except for the glow of my phone screen lighting the way. I wasn't worried about it. I've lived here for years and know every corner. As I passed through the living room, I noticed all 3 cats curled up on the couch in their usual pile. Felix lifted his head for a second, gave me that judgmental cat stare, then went back to sleep. The kitchen's at the end of our hallway, past the bathroom and my mom's room. I reached it without turning on any lights, using my phone screen to see just enough. I pulled out a plate, grabbed the chips, sprinkled cheese on top, and popped it in the microwave. While waiting, I scrolled through my phone, checking some messages from work buddies. When the microwave beeped, I grabbed the nachos, turned off my phone screen to let my eyes adjust to the dark, and started heading back to my room. The house was completely silent, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator. That's one thing about our place. You can always hear everything. If someone's moving around, you know it. I rounded the corner from the kitchen into the hallway, balancing the hot plate of nachos. I was about halfway back to my room when I heard it. Footsteps. Behind me. Not light ones either. Heavy, deliberate steps. Thud, thud, thud. At first I thought it might be one of the cats, but these were way too heavy. These were human footsteps. They started slow, then picked up pace, getting louder with each step. Dot, thud, 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 dot. It sounded like someone was walking, no, running right behind me. I could feel the vibration in the floor with each step. The footsteps got faster, louder, closing in on me, until it felt like whoever it was would crash right into my back at any second. My heart jumped into my throat. I spun around as fast as I could, nearly dropping the nachos, expecting to see someone. A burglar, my mom, home early, anything, but there was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. The hallway was empty, completely empty. The footsteps had stopped the instant I turned around. The silence that followed was almost worse than the sound itself. I stood frozen, staring into the darkness of the hallway. My eyes had adjusted enough to see that there was nobody there. No shadows, no movement, nothing. I felt this ice-cold sensation crawl up my spine. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. You know that feeling when you're absolutely certain someone is watching you? It was like that, but 1,000 times worse. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like something was staring at me from the darkness, something I couldn't see. Our hallway isn't long, maybe 15 feet, and there's nowhere to hide. No closets, no furniture, just a straight shot to the kitchen. Even if someone wanted to duck into my mum's room or the bathroom, I would have seen the door move. Those doors creak like hell. You can't open or close them quietly, and the cats would have reacted to a stranger. They freak out when the mailman approaches our front door, let alone someone actually inside the house. I backed up slowly toward my room, keeping my eyes on the empty hallway. My hands were shaking so bad I nearly spilled the nachos. I couldn't explain what I'd just heard. There was no way those footsteps came from outside. They were right behind me, inside the house, on our cheap laminate flooring that creaks with every step. When I got back to my room, Amber took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I told her what happened, trying not to sound completely insane. She didn't believe me, of course. Said I was trying to scare her, or that maybe it was just the house settling. Old houses make weird noises, she said. But our house isn't even that old, and I know the difference between a house settling and footsteps. These were clear, distinct footsteps, like heavy boots on our floor. We ate the nachos, but I couldn't focus on the movie anymore. Every few minutes, I'd glance at my closed bedroom door, half expecting it to open on its own. Amber noticed and kept telling me to relax. But how could I? I knew what I heard. Around midnight, Amber needed to use the bathroom. I offered to go with her, trying to play it cool like I wasn't terrified, but she laughed it off. When she left the room, I sat there listening intently. I heard her footsteps going down the hall, the bathroom door opening and closing. but nothing else unusual. When she came back, she said everything was normal. The cats were still asleep on the couch, and the house was quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Throughout the night, I kept hearing small noises, creaks and thumps that would normally mean nothing, but now had me on edge. Amber fell asleep around 2 in the morning, but I stayed awake, staring at the ceiling, listening. Around 3:30, I needed to use the bathroom myself. I debated whether to hold it until morning, but eventually decided I was being ridiculous. I slowly got out of bed, trying not to wake Amber, and grabbed my phone for light. I opened my bedroom door as quietly as possible and peered out into the hallway. It was empty and silent. I took a deep breath and stepped out, keeping my back to the wall as I made my way to the bathroom. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing. I made it to the bathroom without incident, did my business as quickly as possible, and started heading back. That's when I felt it, a cold spot in the hallway right outside the bathroom. The temperature dropped so suddenly it made me gasp. It was like walking into a freezer, except it was just this one section of the hallway, maybe 3 feet wide. The rest of the hallway was normal. I hurried through it, and as I passed, I swear I felt something brush against my arm, like a sleeve or a hand lightly grazing me. I nearly jumped out of my skin and ran the rest of the way back to my room, shutting the door behind me harder than I intended. Amber stirred, but didn't wake up. I sat on the edge of my bed, trying to calm down. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe there was a draft from somewhere, though we don't have any windows in the hallway. Maybe one of the cats had brushed past me, though I hadn't seen any of them move from the couch. I was rationalizing, desperately trying to make sense of what was happening. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat there, watching my bedroom door, listening for those footsteps again. They never came back. But that didn't make me feel any better. When morning finally arrived, I was exhausted, but relieved. Things always seem less scary in daylight. Amber woke up, completely fine and well-rested, still convinced I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was just tired, she suggested. Maybe I'd been watching too many horror movies lately. After she left, I checked the entire house. I looked for any sign that someone might have broken in, opened windows, disturbed items, anything out of place, but everything was normal. The cats were acting fine, lounging in their usual spots like nothing had happened. My mom came home from her shift looking tired but ordinary. When I casually asked if anything weird had ever happened in the house, she just gave me a confused look and asked if I'd been smoking something. It's been 4 weeks since that night, and I haven't heard the footsteps again. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, especially at night, I get this feeling like I'm being watched. I'll be sitting in my room or the living room, and suddenly the air will feel heavier, thicker somehow, and occasionally I'll catch what sounds like a whispered word or a soft exhale from somewhere behind me. I haven't told anyone else about what happened. Who would believe me? I barely believe it myself, but I know what I heard that night. Those footsteps were real as the floor beneath my feet or the walls around me. Someone or something was following me in my own house, in a space too small for anyone to hide. I've started leaving lights on at night. I check behind me more often, and I never ever turn my back to that hallway anymore. I don't know what was there that night or if it's still here watching and waiting. All I know is that sometimes, in the silence of our small house, I find myself holding my breath, listening for those heavy footsteps to return. There's Story 15. I still can't believe what happened to me last March. I've been delivering pizzas for nearly 3 years now at one of those big chains everyone knows, right outside of Dallas. The pay isn't great, but the tips are decent enough, and the flexibility works with my community college schedule. Usually it's pretty routine. Take the pizza, find the house, collect payment, maybe get a tip and move on to the next delivery. But what happened that night, I don't think I'll ever be able to make sense of it. It was a Thursday evening around 7:30. Spring in Texas means it's already getting dark by then. but it's still warm enough that you don't need a jacket. I had just gotten back from a double delivery when Katie, this high school senior who works the phones, waved me over. "Hey Marcus, got another one for you," she said, handing me the ticket. I noticed right away it was for an address I'd never been to before, somewhere off Old Westfield Road. "What's up with this one?" I asked, seeing the weird notes she'd scribbled on the order. Katie lowered her voice. The guy sounded off, like he was breathing really heavy and talking weird, kind of aggressive too. Asked specifically for it to be delivered at 8:15, not before or after. Mike, our manager, came over and added, "I'm sending you instead of Amber or Jess. Don't like the sound of this guy." I nodded, appreciating Mike looking out for the female drivers. We've had some creeps order before, usually drunk college guys or weirdos who think ordering a pizza is somehow going to lead to porn-style scenarios with our female drivers. I loaded up the order, large pepperoni with extra cheese and a 2-liter Coke, into my beat-up Honda Civic around 8. The GPS said it would take about 12 minutes to get there, so I figured I'd arrive right on time. The neighborhood wasn't one I delivered to often. It was one of those older areas where some houses have been renovated, while others are practically falling apart. As I turned onto the street, I felt this weird heaviness in the air. You know that feeling when a thunderstorm is about to hit? That electric tension? It was like that, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The house itself was a small, single-story bungalow with peeling yellow paint. Number 1742. All the lights were off, which struck me as odd. Usually when people order food, they at least have a porch light on. The yard was completely overgrown, with weeds nearly 3 feet high in some spots, surrounded by a rusty chain-link fence. An old oak tree in the front yard cast these creepy shadows across the front of the house. I parked on the street and just sat there for a minute looking at the place. Something felt wrong. I can't explain it, but every instinct was telling me to drive away. Instead, I checked to make sure my cig was secured in my waistband under my uniform shirt. I've had a concealed carry permit since I turned 21 last year. Mike knows about it and doesn't mind as long as I'm careful and legal. After some of the sketchy deliveries I've had, I don't go anywhere without it. I grabbed the pizza bag and the soda and walked through the creaky gate. The concrete path to the front door was cracked, with weeds growing through. As I got closer, I noticed the windows were all covered, some with blinds, others with what looked like sheets or newspaper. The porch had this old wooden swing that was moving slightly, even though there wasn't much wind. I remember thinking that was weird, but I brushed it off. There was one of those glass storm doors in front of the main door. As I reached for it, I swear I heard a man's voice from inside, sounding angry and frustrated. "Why do you do this to me?" I froze, pizza bag in hand. The voice was muffled, but clear enough that I could make out the words. I thought maybe it was just someone watching TV or something. I pulled open the storm door, which made this awful squeaking noise, and knocked on the main door. "Pizza delivery," I called out. The second I knocked, I heard what sounded like a cabinet slamming shut, and then complete silence. No footsteps coming to the door, no response, nothing. I knocked again, louder this time. "Hello? Pizza delivery for JJD?" Those were the initials on the order. More silence. I tried calling the number on the order. It rang, but nobody answered. After about 30 seconds, I heard what sounded like a phone ringing inside the house. That was especially weird, because who doesn't answer their phone when they're expecting a delivery? At this point, I was getting seriously creeped out. I decided to walk around to the side of the house to see if maybe there was activity in the backyard or something. The side gate was unlocked, so I pushed it open and made my way around. The backyard was even more overgrown than the front. What really got me was the back door. It was completely boarded up with plywood, not just locked or closed, but sealed off entirely. The windows back there were boarded up too. That's when I got this overwhelming feeling of dread, like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my back. The air felt thick, like it was hard to breathe. And then, I swear on everything I care about, I heard a voice right behind my ear whisper, "Get out!" I spun around so fast I nearly dropped the pizza. There was nobody there, not a single person, just the empty, overgrown yard and the boarded-up house. I don't mind admitting I practically ran back to the front yard. As I was rushing to my car, fumbling with my keys, an older woman across the street called out to me, "Young man, what are you doing over there?" She was standing on her porch, maybe in her 60s, with curlers in her hair and a housecoat on. I didn't want to seem crazy, so I tried to act normal. "Just delivering a pizza, Mom," I said, holding up the bag as proof. She crossed her arms and gave me this look like I was either lying or completely insane. "To that house? Who ordered it?" "Someone with the initials JJD," I said. "Do you know them? They're not answering the door." Her face went pale, like literally drained of color in seconds. She came down her porch steps and walked closer to me, lowering her voice, even though there was nobody else around. "Young man, nobody lives in that house," she said. "Nobody has lived there for almost 4 years." I felt my stomach drop. "What?" "But someone placed an order. I talked to, well, my co-worker talked to someone on the phone." She shook her head. "That's not possible. That house has been empty since the incident." "What incident?" I asked, although part of me already knew I didn't want to hear the answer. The woman, she told me her name was Mrs. Winters, explained that the last person who lived in that house was a man named James Joseph Daniels JJD. He killed his wife in that house, Mrs. Winters said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then he killed himself. It was all over the local news. We've been trying to get the city to demolish the place, but it's stuck in some legal limbo with the estate and probate court." I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. When did this happen?" "March 18th, 2019. Around 8:30 at night. Today was March 18th. It was now 8:25 according to my phone." I thanked Mrs. Winters and practically jumped into my car. As I was pulling away, I looked back at the house one last time. I swear, and I know how this sounds, but I swear I saw a man standing in one of the front windows, just a silhouette against the darkness. And then he was gone. When I got back to the pizza place, I was shaking so bad I could barely explain what happened to Mike. He called the number on the order again, but this time it just gave an automated message saying the number wasn't in service. Katie swore up and down that she had talked to someone, that the call had come through clear as day. Mike ended up refunding the order since it was never delivered, but he couldn't explain how it had been placed. The credit card used was declined when he tried to run it again. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I looked up James Joseph Daniels online. Sure enough, there were news articles about the murder-suicide from 4 years ago. They even had his picture. The thing that really messed me up was that in one of the articles, they mentioned that neighbors had reported hearing him shouting, "Why do you do this to me?" at his wife repeatedly before the shots were fired. I quit that delivery job a week later. Couldn't handle driving around at night anymore, especially anywhere near Old Westfield Road. I still don't have an explanation for what happened. How did a dead man order a pizza? Why did he want it delivered at almost the exact time he committed murder 4 years earlier? And what would have happened if I had somehow gotten inside that house? I don't believe in ghosts, or at least I didn't used to. But I know what I experienced that night. Sometimes I still wake up hearing that whispered "get out" right next to my ear. And sometimes, when I'm driving and happen to pass a house with all its lights off, I get this overwhelming urge to check my rearview mirror just to make sure nobody's sitting in my back seat. I've never told this story to anyone except my closest friends. They think I'm either making it up or that Katie was playing a prank on me. But Katie quit 2 days after I did. She wouldn't tell anyone why. The house is still there. I drove by it once during the daytime about 6 months later. It looks exactly the same. abandoned, overgrown, forgotten by everyone, except maybe the spirit that still lives there. And maybe once a year, he reaches out to the living world to order a pizza he'll never eat, delivered by someone who might never be the same again. Story 16. I still can't sleep properly, even now. Every time I close my eyes, I see those red eyes staring back at me. It's been 8 months since it happened, but the memory feels like it's burned into my brain. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, because I know how it sounds. But I need to get this out somewhere, even if no one believes me. I'm Miloš, 18 at the time this happened. I live in a small village in western Serbia, about 20 kilometers from the nearest actual town where my high school was. Every day, my younger brother Dragan and I would take the bus to school. It was just our normal routine, nothing special about it. That day started like any other summer day. It was hot, probably around 35 degrees, and I remember being annoyed because the school bus didn't have air conditioning. We had classes until 4 in the afternoon. And after that, I usually hung around town with my friends for a bit before catching one of the evening buses home. That particular evening, I was supposed to meet up with Dragan at the bus station at 9:30. We were planning to take the last bus home at 10. I got to the station early and waited, but Dragan wasn't showing up. I kept checking my phone, getting more and more pissed off, because I knew he was probably somewhere flirting with girls from his class. He'd been doing this a lot lately, ever since our dad passed away 6 months earlier. It was like he completely changed after that. Started acting out, staying out late, all that stuff. By 9:55, I was seriously freaking out. The bus was already at the platform, and the driver was getting ready to leave. I called Dragan for like the 10th time, and finally he picked up. He was out of breath, saying he was almost there, and to tell the driver to wait. 2 minutes later, he came running up with his friend Stefan. The driver was giving us dirty looks, but he let us on. The bus was almost empty, just us, an old lady in the front, and some guy who looked half asleep. I remember being so relieved we made it that I didn't even yell at Dragan like I'd planned to. I just sat there, staring out the window as we left the town lights behind and headed into the dark countryside. About halfway home, the bus started making this weird sputtering noise. The driver cursed, pulled over, and tried to restart the engine a few times. Nothing worked. He got out his phone, made a call, then told us there wouldn't be another bus until morning, and the mechanic couldn't come until then either. He said we could either stay on the bus overnight or find another way home. The old lady had someone coming to pick her up, and the other guy lived nearby, so he just walked off. That left the 3 of us, me, Dragan, and Stefan, with a decision to make. It was already past 10:30, and we were still about 3 kilometers from our village. Dragan suggested we walk. It wasn't that far, and we knew the road well enough. Looking back, I wish I'd said no. I wish we'd just stayed on that broken-down bus until morning. The road home ran alongside the Drina River on one side and had mountains on the other. During the day, it's actually pretty beautiful. But at night, it's different. The road has no streetlights, and the trees on the mountainside grow thick and close to the pavement. There's also an old railway that runs parallel to the road, about 20 meters up the slope. We started walking, using our phone flashlights to see where we were going. Dragan and Stefan were messing around, pushing each other and laughing about some girl they both liked. I was a few steps behind them, just wanting to get home. I don't know exactly when things changed. It wasn't sudden, more like a gradual shift in the atmosphere that I only noticed when it became impossible to ignore. First, I realized I couldn't hear the river anymore. The Drina is pretty loud, especially at night, but suddenly it was completely silent. Then I noticed no cars had passed us for a while, which was weird, even for that time of night. I felt this heavy pressure in my chest, like right before a big storm. But the sky was clear. I remember checking my phone. It was 11:15, and noticing my battery had dropped from 60% to 20 in just minutes, even though I was only using the flashlight. "Hey, do you guys feel that?" I asked. But they kept walking and talking like nothing was wrong. That's when I realized I couldn't actually hear what they were saying anymore. I could see their mouths moving, see them laughing, but the sound was muffled, like I was underwater. And it was getting darker. Not just normal darkness, but something thicker, like the night was actually swallowing up our flashlight beams. I stopped walking. I physically couldn't take another step. It was like my body knew something my brain hadn't processed yet. And that's when I felt it. The cold. Not normal night cold, but a bone-deep freeze that seemed to come from inside me. My breath clouded in front of my face, even though it had been a hot summer night just moments before. I looked up toward the railway, and that's when I saw them. 2 red lights moving along the tracks. At first, I thought it was a train, but there was no sound. And the lights were too small, too close together. They were moving fast, bouncing slightly, like someone running with red flashlights. But deep down, I knew they weren't flashlights. As the lights got closer, I could make out a shape around them, a dark silhouette that seemed to absorb the darkness around it rather than be defined by it. It looked vaguely human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin. Its movements too fluid to be natural. And I knew, with absolute certainty, that whatever it was coming for us. "Dragon!" I shouted, but my voice sounded strange and distant in my own ears. "Stefan, we need to go, now!" They finally stopped and turned around, confused looks on their faces. They hadn't noticed anything wrong. How could they not feel it? The thing from the railway was getting closer. It had left the tracks and was coming down the slope toward the road, moving in this weird, jerky way, like watching a film where frames are missing. I couldn't make out any features except those red eyes, which didn't look like actual eyes, but more like burning coals pushed into a black face. When it reached the road about 10 meters behind us, it stopped, and then, God, I still get sick thinking about it, it smiled. I couldn't see a mouth. Just a sudden slash of white in the blackness of its face, too wide, with too many teeth. "Run!" I screamed. "Don't look at it, just run!" Dragon took off immediately, but Stefan turned around. As soon as he saw it, he just froze. His whole body went rigid, and he started making this horrible whimpering sound. I grabbed his arm to pull him, but he wouldn't move. I looked back, and the thing was closer now, maybe 5 meters away. It hadn't walked. It had just somehow closed the distance in an instant. The air around it seemed to warp and twist, and the cold was unbearable. I could see my brother running ahead, getting further away, and I knew I had to move. I literally picked Stefan up. He was smaller than me, maybe 60 kilos, and started running with him half draped over my shoulder. His body was completely stiff, like rigor mortis had already set in, but his eyes were wide open and darting around in pure terror. I felt something grab my backpack from behind, yanking me backward so hard I nearly fell. There was this pressure, like being in a vice, and I couldn't move forward anymore. I was still holding on to Stefan, trying to drag him with me, but it was like pushing against a concrete wall. Then I felt something slash across my back and arms, not like a knife, more like being raked with burning claws. The pain was so intense I dropped Stefan, who collapsed onto the road like a puppet with its strings cut. I was sure I was going to die. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream anymore. The darkness was closing in, those red eyes getting closer to my face, that terrible smile widening, and then I felt a warm hand on my shoulder, a familiar touch, the exact same way my dad used to tap my shoulder when he wanted my attention. 3 quick taps, always the same pattern. I hadn't felt that touch since he died. Suddenly, the pressure vanished. The darkness receded just enough for me to see the road ahead. I stumbled forward, my legs barely working, but I managed to take a few steps toward where I could see my brother standing in the distance, looking back with a confused expression. Then my legs gave out, and everything went black. I woke up in the hospital. My mum was there, looking like she hadn't slept in days. Dragon was sitting in the corner, staring blankly at his phone. They told me I'd been unconscious for almost 20 hours. According to the doctors, I had a concussion and some minor lacerations on my back and arms that they assumed came from falling on the gravel road. But I saw those cuts. They were perfectly parallel, 4 lines on each arm, like claw marks. They healed within days, leaving no scars, which isn't normal. When I asked about Stefan, my mum just started crying. Apparently, Dragan had run back to the village to get help after I collapsed, and by the time people came with cars, they found me unconscious on the road with Stefan sitting beside me, completely unresponsive. He wasn't injured physically, but he wouldn't speak, wouldn't react to anything. That was 8 months ago. Dragan barely talks about that night. He claims he doesn't remember anything strange, just that I started acting weird and then collapsed. I think his mind has blocked it out. He's changed, though. He's quieter now, doesn't go out much. Stefan never recovered. He spent a month after that night refusing to eat, barely sleeping. He wouldn't go to school, wouldn't talk to his parents or the doctors. And then, exactly 1 month after our encounter, he hung himself in his bedroom. He didn't leave a note. I know what we encountered on that road wasn't human. People around here have stories about things that live in those mountains. Old stories from before Christianity came to Serbia. Things with red eyes that hunt at night. Most people treat them as folk tales to scare children. I know better now. I still live in the same village. I still have to travel that road every day to get to school. But I never, ever stay out after dark anymore. And every time I pass that spot, I feel a cold spot in my chest, like something's watching me, waiting for another chance. Sometimes at night I think I see red lights moving on the mountain outside my window, and sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I think I feel 3 quick taps on my shoulder. Story 17. I've been trying to make sense of what happened 3 months ago, but I still can't wrap my head around it. I've never been the type to believe in paranormal stuff or anything like that. But what happened to me has completely messed with my understanding of reality. I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me. And maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I'm 30 years old and I work the night shift at a large distribution warehouse in Springfield. Nothing fancy, just your typical warehouse job where I help fulfill orders, move inventory, that kind of thing. My shift runs from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. and I've been doing it for almost 4 years now. The commute from my apartment takes about 35 minutes, so I'm usually out the door by 7:15 p.m. and get back home around 5:40 in the morning. After my shift ends, I usually stop by the local grocery store to pick up a few things. My brother works there as a produce manager on the morning shift, along with a couple of other people I know. Sometimes I tap on the window near the produce section to say hi to him before I do my shopping. It's just become part of my routine. Back in January, I had to take a medical leave of absence. Nothing too serious, just some personal stuff I needed to deal with. I filled out all the paperwork, got it approved, and was told I'd be good to go for a few weeks while I sorted things out. Everything was going fine until about 2 weeks into my leave. It started with a message from Diane, one of the team leaders at the warehouse. She texted me around 9 p.m. asking about my intentions on returning to work. I thought it was weird because I'd already submitted all my paperwork and my leave was well documented. I told her I was still on medical leave and wouldn't be back until the doctor cleared me, probably in another week or so. She responded with, "Oh, sorry, I thought you came in tonight. Someone mentioned seeing you walking toward the office." I brushed it off, figuring someone had just mistaken another employee for me. We have about 200 people working various shifts at the warehouse, and while I know most of the night crew pretty well, there are plenty of people I rarely interact with. The next morning is when things got really weird. I was still in bed around 6:30 a.m. when I got a text from Miguel, a guy I work with regularly. He asked, Why did you leave early last night? Everything okay? I stared at my phone, completely confused. I texted back, I wasn't at work last night. I'm still on medical leave. He responded almost immediately. What, I saw you at your station around midnight. We even nodded to each other when I passed by with the forklift. A chill ran down my spine. Miguel and I have worked together for years. He knows what I look like. There's no way he would mistake someone else for me, especially not at my specific workstation. Before I could process that, another co-worker, Jen, messaged me saying she heard I'd come back to work. I told her the same thing. I was still on leave and hadn't set foot in the warehouse for 2 weeks. That's weird, she wrote, because I definitely saw someone who looked exactly like you walking toward the break room around 2 a.m. By now, I was starting to freak out a little. 2 different people had seen me, or someone they thought was me, in 2 different parts of the warehouse at 2 different times. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was a new hire who looked similar to me? But both Miguel and Jen knew me well. We'd worked together for years. Then my brother texted me, "Hey, why didn't you say hi this morning? I saw you walk past the union table, but you just kept going." That's when my blood ran cold. The union table is exactly where I'd normally be around 6:20 a.m. after finishing my shift and heading into the grocery store. It's right by the entrance, and I always wave to the reps who sit there. My brother's text came in at 6:45 a.m. I was still in my pajamas, in bed, miles away from the store. I called my brother immediately. "What do you mean you saw me? I'm at home. I haven't left my apartment." There was a long pause. "Elena, I swear I saw you not even 30 minutes ago. You walked right past the union table wearing your usual work clothes and that blue jacket you always wear. I called out to you, but you didn't turn around. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My brother wouldn't joke about something like this, and he knows what I look like better than anyone." Over the next few hours, I got messages from 3 more co-workers, all saying they'd seen me at the warehouse during the previous night's shift. Each sighting was at a different time and in a different location, but they all followed my usual routine, the path I would normally take through the warehouse during a typical shift. What makes this even more terrifying is that Sunday night shifts only have about 20 people working compared to the 200 plus on weekdays. These people all know me. They see me almost every day. There's no way all 6 of them could mistake someone else for me, and here's the part that really keeps me up at night. To get into the warehouse, you need a security key. Mine would have been temporarily deactivated during my leave, so whatever or whoever they saw wouldn't have been able to get in using my credentials. Unless, I don't even want to think about the implications of that. How could something that looks exactly like me be walking around my workplace, following my exact routine, while I'm miles away in my apartment? I tried contacting security to see if they could check the camera footage, but they told me they only keep recordings for 48 hours unless there's an incident report filed. By the time I realized how serious this was, it was too late. I remember sitting on my couch that afternoon, my phone blowing up with messages from confused co-workers, feeling like I was losing my mind. I kept checking the locks on my doors and windows. I even took a photo of myself in my apartment with the day's newspaper and sent it to my brother, trying to prove I wasn't going crazy. The worst part was when I finally went back to work after my leave ended. People kept coming up to me saying things like, "Hey, feeling better?" or "Why were you acting so weird that night?" Some even claimed I had ignored them when they tried to talk to me during the shift I was supposedly there for. I've tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank, but how would they have gotten into the building, and why would they go through all that trouble just to freak me out? Besides, according to everyone who saw me, this person looked exactly like me. Same height, same hair, same clothes, same everything. One co-worker, Dave, swears he had a brief conversation with whoever it was. He said, "I told him I was feeling much better and was glad to be back at work." He said, "I even mentioned specific details about my medical leave that only I would know." I've never been the type to believe in doppelgangers or anything supernatural, but I honestly don't know how else to explain what happened. 6 different people, including my own brother, saw someone identical to me in different locations over the course of a 9-hour period, all while I was at home. The security manager eventually did me a favor and checked the entry logs for that night. According to the system, my badge wasn't used to enter the building, so whoever or whatever these people saw, it didn't use my security credentials to get in. It's been 3 months, and I still get random comments from people about that night I came back early from leave. Some people don't believe me when I tell them I wasn't there. A few have even gotten annoyed, thinking I'm playing some kind of game with them. I've started taking pictures of myself at home during my days off with timestamps, just in case this happens again. I've become paranoid about my whereabouts, constantly checking in with family members so they know exactly where I am. What scares me the most is the thought that somewhere out there, there's something that looks exactly like me, knows my routine, knows personal details about my life, and for some reason decided to show up at my workplace for a single night and then disappear without a trace. I've tried researching similar experiences online, but nothing quite matches what happened to me. Most doppelganger stories involve brief glimpses or distant sightings, not detailed interactions across multiple hours with multiple witnesses. I still work at the warehouse, still do the same shift, but I'm constantly looking over my shoulder now. Every time I catch my reflection in a window or mirror, I find myself wondering if it's really me looking back, or if there's something else out there wearing my face. Story 18. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before, but I need to get this off my chest. I'm terrified and don't know who to turn to anymore. My family has been haunted for decades, and now I think I'm next. I grew up in Manzanares, Honduras, a small town where everyone knows everyone else's business. My grandmother Isabella was always different. Behind her sweet, wrinkled face was a woman who dabbled in things the rest of our Catholic community would have been horrified by. As a child, I'd catch glimpses of her strange rituals, candles arranged in patterns, whispered words in languages I didn't recognize, and that old wooden Ouija board she kept hidden under her bed. My mother always told me to ignore it, saying, "Abuela is just superstitious," or "it's just her old ways." But I knew better, even as a kid. There was something dark about the way she'd lock herself in her room on certain nights, and how the air in the house would feel heavy afterward, like something invisible was pressing down on my chest. Last year, in February 2020, everything came to a head. But to understand what happened, I need to go back a few years. My Aunt Mariana was diagnosed with aggressive breast cancer in 2017. The prognosis wasn't good from the start, and with medical care being what it is in our town, options were limited. Abuela insisted that Mariana move into her house so she could care for her. "I can help her in ways the doctors can't," she'd said, with that knowing look in her eyes. At first, Mariana was grateful. She'd always been the family's ray of sunshine, always laughing, always planning the next party. But as the cancer progressed and the pain grew worse, something changed in her. The medications they gave her barely touched the pain, and Abuela's remedies seemed to do little more than fill the house with strange smells and make us all uneasy. Mariana became bitter. She'd scream at anyone who came to visit, accusing us of not caring enough, of not being there for her. "You all come for an hour and then go back to your lives while I rot in this bed," she'd yell, her once beautiful face contorted with rage and pain. I tried to visit often, but being around her became unbearable. The last time I saw her alive, she grabbed my wrist so hard it left bruises and hissed, "When I'm gone, I won't go quietly. None of you deserve peace." She died 3 days later, alone. Abuela had gone to the market, and by the time she returned, Mariana was already cold. The look on Abuela's face when I arrived wasn't grief, it was fear. After the funeral, things seemed to settle down. Abuela went back to her quiet life, Though she seemed more withdrawn than before, I visited her weekly, bringing groceries and making sure she was okay. Life went on, and the memory of Mariana's final days faded somewhat. Then, on March 15th, 2020, I had a dream that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. In the dream, I was floating in Abuela's house, like a ghost. I could see Abuela sleeping in her bed, and there, standing at the foot of it, was Mariana. Not the skeletal rage-filled Mariana from her final days, but Mariana as she had been before the cancer. Except her eyes were completely black, like holes in her face. She wasn't doing anything, just staring at Abuela with those terrible eyes. Then slowly, she turned and looked directly at me. She didn't speak, but somehow I heard her voice in my head. "You're next after her." I woke up gasping for air, my nightgown soaked with sweat. I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare brought on by stress. The COVID pandemic was just beginning to affect Honduras, and everyone was on edge. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that followed me all day. I called Abuela that afternoon just to check on her. She sounded fine, a bit tired maybe, but normal. I almost mentioned the dream but decided against it. No need to worry her with my silly nightmares, I thought. God, I wish I had said something now. 2 days later, my phone rang at around 10 in the morning. It was my cousin Pablo, who lived closest to Abuela. "Elena, you need to come to Abuela's house right now," he said, his voice shaking. "Something's wrong." I drove there as fast as I could. When I arrived, Pablo was sitting on the front porch, pale as a ghost. "She's inside," he said. I don't know, Elena. She's not making sense." I found Abuela in the living room, sitting perfectly upright in her favorite chair. She was wearing her best dress, the blue one she usually saved for church, and her hair was neatly combed. But her face was so pale, it was almost grey, and her eyes were wide and glassy. "Abuela," I said softly, kneeling in front of her. "Are you okay?" She looked at me, but it was like she was looking through me. "Mariana came last night," she whispered. A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" She stood at the foot of my bed, just watching. She didn't say anything, but I knew why she was there. Abuela's hands trembled in her lap. "I've done terrible things, Elena. Things I thought would protect us, but I was wrong, so wrong." I tried to calm her, telling her it was just a bad dream, that she should lie down, but she gripped my hand with surprising strength. "Listen to me," she said urgently. "After I'm gone, you need to burn the things in my bottom drawer, all of it. The board, the bags, everything. It's the only way to stop it." "Stop what, Abuela? You're scaring me." She opened her mouth to answer, but then her eyes widened even further. She was looking past me, at something over my shoulder. The terror on her face was unlike anything I'd ever seen. "She's here," Abuela whispered. I spun around, seeing nothing but the empty doorway. When I turned back, Abuela's eyes had rolled back in her head. She made a horrible choking sound. Her body stiffened, and then she slumped forward. Just like that, she was gone. The paramedics said it was a massive stroke, but I know better. I saw the fear in her eyes. Something took her. After the funeral, I remembered Abuela's last words. I went to her house, now empty and eerily silent, and found the bottom drawer in her bedroom dresser. What I discovered there still haunts me. There were 5 small cloth bags filled with dirt. Cemetery dirt, I realized with horror. Each had a name stitched into it. My Aunt Mariana's, my father's, who had died when I was a child, and 3 others I didn't recognize. There were bundles of herbs tied with human hair, old photographs with strange symbols drawn on them in what looked disturbingly like dried blood, and at the bottom of the drawer, the Ouija board. The board wasn't like the ones you see in stores. This was old, handmade, with symbols that weren't just letters and numbers. Some I recognized from my limited knowledge of Santeria, others were completely foreign to me. But the planchette, That wooden pointer was the worst part. It had a small stain of red in the center of its glass viewing window and tiny scratches all around it that looked like claw marks. I should have burned it all right then, like Abuela said, but I was too scared to touch any of it. I slammed the drawer shut and ran from the house, planning to come back the next day with my cousin for support. That night, I had another dream. This time, I saw Abuela walking slowly through her house. She was wearing the same blue dress she died in, but now it was dirty and torn. She was wandering from room to room, as if looking for something. Finally, she stopped in the living room and turned toward a shape lying on the floor. I couldn't see who it was, just a dark form that wasn't moving. Abuela looked up directly at me and opened her mouth impossibly wide, wider than any human mouth could open. No sound came out, but I understood anyway. You should have burned it. I woke up screaming. My rosary, the one I always wear for protection, had somehow fallen off my wrist and was lying broken on the floor beside my bed. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back to Abuela's house yet. I can't bring myself to go, but I know I need to. Whatever she started all those years ago with that Ouija board, whatever deal she made or spirit she contacted, it isn't finished. First, it took Mariana, then it took Abuela, and now I'm afraid it's coming for the rest of us. For me, every night since then, I've felt a presence in my apartment. The air gets thick and cold around 3 in the morning, and I swear I can hear whispers in the dark corners of my bedroom. Last night, I woke up to find my closet door open, even though I definitely closed it before bed. I'm writing this now because I'm afraid to go to sleep. It's almost midnight, and I've been drinking coffee to stay awake. But I can't keep this up forever. Tomorrow, I'm going to gather my courage and go to Abuela's house to burn everything in that drawer. If I don't make it, if something happens to me, at least someone will know the truth. The curse my grandmother brought into our family has been destroying us for decades, and I don't know if I can stop it. But I have to try. I just hope I'm not too late. I can feel it watching me right now as I type this. Something cold just touched the back of my neck. I don't want to turn around. I don't want to see if Mariana or Abuela is standing behind me with those terrible black eyes. If you're reading this and you've ever thought about messing with a Ouija board or any kind of witchcraft, don't. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. Story 19. I still get chills thinking about the 6 months I spent living in that house with my cousin Anna and her boyfriend Tom. I've tried to rationalize what happened there countless times, but some things just defy explanation. Anna and I had always been close, more like sisters than cousins. When she called me last January saying she'd found this amazing rental house in Lakewood Valley that was big enough for 3 people but affordable if we split it, I jumped at the chance. I'd been desperate to get out of my parents' place since graduating, and this seemed perfect. The house itself was nice enough. A bit dated with that faded 80s vibe, but spacious with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a big kitchen. The neighborhood was quiet. Mostly older couples who'd lived there for decades. Nothing about it screamed haunted when we first saw it. Our landlord, Mr. Peterson, was this odd, wiry old guy with thick glasses who seemed perpetually nervous. When we signed the lease, he went through the usual stuff. Garbage day, where the circuit breakers were, who to call for repairs. But then he got really intense about one specific rule. No candles in the house, ever. Not even those little tea lights or birthday candles. When Anna asked why, he just mumbled something about fire hazards and insurance. Made sense enough that we didn't question it further. The weird stuff started literally the first night. I was unpacking in my bedroom when I heard Anna call me from the kitchen. "Hey, did you set the microwave timer?" I hadn't. None of us had. But there it was, set to 30 seconds, counting down with no food inside. We figured maybe the movers had bumped it or something and reset it, but the next morning, same thing. Microwave set to 30 seconds, and the morning after that, and the morning after that. Every single morning without fail, we'd come downstairs to find the microwave timer counting down from 30 seconds. It became this bizarre morning ritual. One of us would walk into the kitchen, notice the microwave, and call out, "It's 30 seconds again," before clearing it. What made it especially annoying was that with the timer running, you couldn't see the actual time on the microwave display. It's such a small thing, but it felt deliberate somehow, like something wanted to obscure the time. Tom laughed it off as faulty wiring or some kind of power surge issue. He was always the skeptic, always looking for the rational explanation. I envied that about him sometimes. About 2 weeks in, Anna bought this massive cat scratching post for her cat Milo. This thing was a beast, like 3 feet tall with a heavy wooden base. She put it against the wall in the living room. The next morning, it had moved about 2 feet away from the wall. We pushed it back, thinking maybe Milo had somehow managed to move it while playing, though it seemed way too heavy for a 9-pound cat. Next morning, moved again. This became another daily occurrence. We'd push the scratching post back against the wall before bed, and by morning it would be sitting in the middle of the room. Sometimes it would be rotated, sometimes just pulled straight out. Anna eventually gave up and just left it in the middle of the room, but the thing that really started to get to me was the ceiling fan in my bedroom. I'd turn it off before leaving for work, and when I'd get home, it would be running on low speed every single day. At first, I thought maybe Anna or Tom had gone in my room and turned it on for some reason, but they both denied it, so I started deliberately making sure it was off whenever I left the house. I'd even take photos with my phone, showing the pull chain in the off position before leaving. Didn't matter. I'd come home and it would be spinning lazily, as if someone had just turned it on moments before I walked in. Once, I actually heard it click on while I was in the bathroom right next to my bedroom. I ran in and there was nobody there, just the fan starting to turn. Tom kept insisting it was just an old house with quirky electrical issues. Houses settle, he'd say. Wiring gets old, probably just a short somewhere. But I noticed he stopped going into my room altogether. About 3 months in, Anna's brother came to visit for a weekend. He stayed in the guest room, and we didn't mention any of the weird stuff happening because, well, it sounds crazy when you try to explain it to someone new. The first night he was there, he came down for breakfast looking like he hadn't slept. "Did one of you guys come into my room last night?" he asked. None of us had. He said he'd woken up around 3 in the morning, feeling like someone was watching him. He'd opened his eyes and could have sworn he saw someone standing in the corner of the room, but when he turned on the light, no one was there. After he left, things escalated. The weird incidents became more frequent and harder to explain away. One night, Anna and I were up late watching a movie when we both heard this distinct glug-glug sound coming from the kitchen. It was our water cooler, making the noise it makes when someone's filling a glass. Except no one was there, and the cooler was actually empty. We hadn't replaced the jug yet. When Tom came back from a weekend working at the summer camp where he was a counselor, he finally experienced something himself. He went to take a shower and found the cat scratching post sitting in the middle of the bathroom. Neither Anna nor I had moved it there. It was just there, in a room with a closed door that a cat couldn't open. After that, Tom got sick. Not just a cold, but this persistent, low-grade illness that the doctors couldn't quite diagnose. Fatigue, headaches, nausea. The weird thing was, he'd feel better whenever he left the house for work or to visit his parents. But within hours of coming back home, he'd start feeling awful again. I started having nightmares. Always the same one. I'd be in my bed, and I'd feel something sitting on the edge of the mattress, pressing it down. I could feel the weight shift, like someone was leaning over me, but I couldn't move or open my eyes. I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like I'd been holding my breath. We started leaving lights on at night. We stopped talking about the weird stuff happening because acknowledging it somehow made it feel more real, more threatening. But we all knew something was wrong with that house. The breaking point came about 5 months into our lease. Anna and I were sitting at the kitchen table one afternoon. Tom was at work. We were both stressed about all the strange things happening, and Anna finally said out loud what we'd been thinking. "Maybe whatever's in this house isn't trying to hurt us," she said. "Maybe it's just trying to let us know it's here. Maybe it's friendly." The moment those words left her mouth, Milo, who had been sleeping on the windowsill, suddenly sat bolt upright. His fur puffed out, and he stared intensely at the laundry room door across the kitchen. We both turned to look, and as we did, the door, which had been standing open, slammed shut with such force that the whole house seemed to shake, not like it had been caught by a draft, like someone had grabbed it and slammed it with all their strength. Anna and I didn't even speak. We just grabbed Milo and ran out of the house. We sat in her car for almost 2 hours, neither of us willing to go back inside, until Tom got home. That night, we finally had the talk about what was happening. We couldn't deny it anymore. Something was in that house with us, something that didn't want us acknowledging its presence. The scratching post, the microwave, the fan, they weren't random occurrences. They were messages, warnings maybe. Anna bought sage the next day. We went through the whole house, burning it in every room, every closet, every corner, telling whatever was there that it needed to leave us alone. I don't know if I really believed it would work, but we were desperate. It didn't work. If anything, things got worse. Objects would disappear and reappear in different places. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when no one was up there. Tom's health continued to deteriorate. Finally, 6 months in, we decided we had to break our lease. We went to Mr. Peterson to explain, trying to be vague about our reasons, but as soon as we started making excuses, he sighed and took off his glasses. "It's the footsteps in the attic, isn't it?" he asked quietly. We were stunned. He went on to explain that the previous tenants had left for the same reason. They kept hearing someone walking around in the attic. The thing is, the house doesn't have an accessible attic. There's just a small crawl space with no entry point from inside the house. When Anna asked about the no candles rule, thinking maybe now he'd give us the real reason, he just put his glasses back on and repeated that it was for fire safety. Nothing more. We moved out the following week. Tom's mysterious illness cleared up almost immediately. The nightmares stopped. Life went back to normal. But sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone's sitting on the edge of my bed, and I can never keep a ceiling fan in my bedroom anymore. I've tried researching the history of that house, looking for deaths or tragedies that might explain what we experienced. Nothing stands out. As far as I can tell, it's just an ordinary house in a quiet neighborhood. But I know what we experienced was real. Whatever was in that house, it wasn't friendly, and it's still there, waiting for the next tenants to move in. Story 20. I can't believe I'm finally typing this out. I've been holding this in for so long, and I need to tell someone who might understand because I'm genuinely afraid to use the bathroom at my workplace, and it's getting to the point where it's affecting my health. I started working at this downtown office building last May. Just a standard corporate job on the second floor. Nothing special about the building itself. It's probably from the 90s. Kind of bland with those typical drop ceilings and fluorescent lighting that makes everyone look sick. The job itself is fine. My co-workers are nice enough, but from literally my first day, something felt wrong about the women's bathroom. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or demons or whatever. I've always been pretty skeptical about that stuff, but the feeling I get in that bathroom isn't normal. The first time I went in there, I felt this immediate heaviness, like the air was thicker or something. At first, I thought maybe it was just poor ventilation or weird cleaning chemicals, but it wasn't that. It was this overwhelming sense of dread, like someone was watching me. I remember standing at the sink, washing my hands, and feeling like I needed to get out as quickly as possible. I brushed it off at first, new job jitters, right, but it never went away. If anything, it got worse. I started holding my pee until I was in actual pain because I didn't want to go in there. I'd go once during my entire 9-hour shift, sometimes not at all if I could help it. I started limiting how much water I drank during work hours. I know that's not healthy, but neither is the panic I feel every time I have to use that bathroom. About 3 months ago, something happened that I can't explain away. I was in the first stall, and I was alone in the bathroom. I always check under the stalls first to see if anyone else is there. I had my phone out and was recording a voice text to send to my husband about picking up dinner on the way home. Nothing unusual. When I played it back to make sure it sounded okay before sending, I heard it. Behind my voice, clear as day, was a woman's voice saying Satan. Just that one word, quiet but perfectly clear. I immediately deleted the message and nearly had a panic attack right there in the stall. I checked under the doors again, thinking maybe someone had come in without me hearing. Nobody. I was completely alone. I rushed out without even washing my hands. I was shaking so badly that a coworker asked if I was okay. I lied and said I felt a little sick. How do you tell someone you just heard a disembodied voice saying Satan in the bathroom? Around that same time, I noticed something else that freaked me out. One of the ceiling tiles above the sinks had been pushed up and moved slightly aside. It wasn't like that before. Through the gap, I could see this dark space that seemed way too big for just pipes and wiring. It almost looked like there was another floor or room up there. But that doesn't make any sense with the building's layout. The sight of that gap bothered me so much that I eventually asked one of the cleaning staff about it. I tried to be casual, like, hey, there's a ceiling tile out of place in the women's bathroom. The older woman who cleans our floor just nodded and said she'd fix it. But the look she gave me was weird, almost like she knew something but wasn't saying it. She fixed the tile, but a week later, it was moved again in exactly the same way. Then last month, I was washing my hands, doing my usual routine of getting in and out as fast as possible, when both the automatic paper towel dispenser and the sink faucet activated by themselves. I wasn't near either sensor. The paper towel just shot out about 3 feet, and the water turned on full blast for maybe 5 seconds, then stopped. I stood there frozen, staring at my reflection in the mirror, terrified to move. That's when I saw it, just for a second, a shadow moving behind me, reflected in the mirror. Not a person's shadow. It was too dark, too solid. When I spun around, there was nothing there. I've started using the bathroom on the first floor, even though it means taking the stairs and walking past reception where people always ask where I'm going. Sometimes I even go to the coffee shop across the street, but I can't keep doing this. It's ridiculous that I'm afraid of a bathroom, but the feeling of dread is so real. Last week I had to use our floor's bathroom because there was a maintenance issue on the first floor. As soon as I walked in, the lights flickered, not in a normal electrical way, but in a deliberate pattern, almost like it was acknowledging my presence. 3 quick flickers, then normal again. I did what I needed to do as fast as humanly possible. While washing my hands, I noticed the water was ice cold, even though I had turned the hot water knob. Then it suddenly became scalding hot, enough to make me pull my hands away. I looked up at the mirror, and for a split second, I swear this happened, my reflection didn't move when I did. There was a delay, just by a fraction of a second, but enough that I noticed. I've started researching what might be happening. At first, I thought maybe there was some kind of gas leak causing hallucinations, but nobody else seems affected. I considered talking to my supervisor about it, but what would I even say? I think the women's bathroom is haunted. I'd sound insane. One of my co-workers, Elaine, must have noticed something was off because she asked me why I always look so stressed when I come back from the bathroom. I brushed it off, but she gave me this look like she knew something. Later that day, she stopped by my desk and quietly said, "That bathroom has always been weird. I feel it too. She walked away before I could ask her more, and she called in sick the next day. She's been out for 3 days now. I've started keeping a log of the strange things. Besides what I've already mentioned, the temperature drops significantly when I walk in, even on hot days when the AC is barely working in the rest of the office. Sometimes there's a faint smell of something burning, like hair or fabric. Twice now, I've heard what sounds like whispers coming from the last stall, but no one is ever in there. The lights will dim slightly when I'm alone in there. Once, all the toilet paper in my stall unrolled itself onto the floor. While I was sitting there, I feel like I'm losing my mind. But I know what I've experienced is real. Yesterday was the worst yet. I had no choice but to use our bathroom because I was in a meeting that ran long and I couldn't hold it anymore. As soon as I walked in, I felt the usual heaviness, but it was stronger than ever. The bathroom was empty as usual. I'm starting to think other women avoid it too. I went into the middle stall, and immediately the toilet in the last stall flushed by itself, then the one in the first stall. Then mine started running, even though I hadn't used it yet. The door to my stall, which I had locked, slowly began to open by itself. I jumped up and pushed it closed, but it was like something was pushing back against me. I managed to hold it shut and quickly fixed my clothes. When I came out to wash my hands, the ceiling tile was moved again, and this time I could swear I saw something move in the darkness up there. Not just shadows, but something solid shifting around. I ran out of there so fast I nearly collided with my manager. She asked what was wrong, and I just mumbled something about feeling sick. I'm pretty sure she thinks I have some kind of digestive issue with how often I avoid that bathroom. I'm at my breaking point. I've researched cleansing rituals online. Burning sage is supposed to help clear negative energy, but I can't exactly light things on fire at work without setting off the alarms. I've thought about bringing in blessed salt or holy water to sprinkle around, but again, how do I explain that to anyone who might see me? Last night I barely slept. I kept thinking about having to go back to work today and potentially needing to use that bathroom. I had this vivid image of something reaching down from that ceiling gap and grabbing me, or looking in the mirror and seeing someone else's face looking back. I'm thinking of quitting my job, but that seems extreme. And what if whatever is in there follows me? I know that sounds paranoid, but the voice on my recording said, Satan. What if this is something actually evil and not just some random haunting? I need advice from people who understand this kind of thing. Is there anything I can do to cleanse the space without burning sage or doing something that would draw attention? Has anyone experienced something similar in a workplace? I'm desperate at this point. I can't keep avoiding using the bathroom. It's affecting my health, and people are starting to notice something's wrong with me. The worst part is, I'm starting to feel like whatever is in there knows I'm aware of it now, and it's becoming more bold, more direct, like it's trying to communicate with me specifically. And I have this terrible feeling that one day I'm going to walk in there and I won't be walking back out. Story 21. I've never been one to put much stock in the supernatural. I'm a pretty straightforward guy. I fix cars for a living, I drink beer on weekends, and I've never been the type to get all philosophical about life. But something happened to me last year that I still can't explain, and it's been eating at me ever since. My mom had been sick for a while. Nothing terminal, just the kind of chronic health issues that pile up when you hit your 70s. Diabetes, high blood pressure, the usual stuff. We all figured she had plenty of good years left. She lived alone in her little house on the outskirts of Nashville, about 20 minutes from where I live with my wife Linda and our grown son Matthew, who moved back in with us after college. I remember that Friday perfectly. It was mid-April, unseasonably warm, and I'd spent the day at the shop working on a stubborn transmission problem in a 2012 Camry. Nothing special about the day itself. I came home, had dinner with Linda, watched some basketball and went to bed around 11 like I always do. That's when things got weird. I don't usually remember my dreams. Linda says I snore like a chainsaw most nights, and I typically wake up with no memory of anything I dreamed about. But this dream was different. It was so vivid, so real, that even now, almost a year later, I can recall every single detail. In the dream, I was standing in what looked like an old farmhouse kitchen. The light was coming through these cloudy windows, the kind with that hand-blown glass that distorts everything. The whole place had this warm, golden glow to it. I knew immediately I was in my grandparents' old house, even though I hadn't been there since I was a kid. Before they sold it in the 80s, I wasn't alone. There was a young guy leaning against the counter, maybe 18 or 19 years old, wearing jeans and a plain white t-shirt. He was smiling at me like we were in the middle of a conversation. It took me a moment to realize I was looking at my Uncle Robert, my mum's brother, who passed away 3 years ago at 74. But this wasn't the Uncle Robert I remembered, with his grey hair and reading glasses. This was Uncle Robert as a teenager, looking exactly like in the old black and white photos my mum kept in her hallway. "You're late," he said to me, not in an accusing way, but like he'd been expecting me. I remember feeling confused but not scared. "Late for what?" I asked. He just shrugged and nodded toward the window. "Mum's outside working in the garden. She's been waiting too." I looked out through that wavy glass, and sure enough, there was my grandmother kneeling in a garden, digging in the dirt with her bare hands. She was wearing a sundress and had thick black hair pulled back in a bun. My grandmother died when I was 30, and I only ever knew her as an old woman with white hair. But here she was, young and vibrant, maybe in her 30s. The weirdest part was that I wasn't shocked by any of this. In the dream, it all made perfect sense. I turned back to the kitchen and noticed for the first time that we weren't alone. There was a woman sitting at the table, tall, thin, with this striking red hair. She looked a lot like that actress from Long Maya, the one who plays Vic. I didn't recognize her at first, but something about her was familiar. She was looking at me with this intense gaze, like she was trying to communicate something without speaking. And then it hit me. She looked like my mom, but not exactly. My mom in her youth, maybe, or how she might have looked in an alternate reality. Same high cheekbones, same slight gap between her front teeth when she smiled. "You should sit down, James," the red-headed woman said. "We don't have much time." I sat across from her at the kitchen table. Uncle Robert came over and stood behind me. I could feel his presence even though I couldn't see him. "We need to get you ready," the red-headed woman said. "Ready for what?" I asked. Instead of answering, she reached across the table and took my hands in hers. Her touch was warm, comforting. Then I felt Uncle Robert place his finger against the side of my head, right at my temple. It wasn't threatening, but it startled me. "What are you doing?" I asked, trying to turn around. "I'm fixing you," he said simply. That's when this incredible golden light started pouring out from where his finger touched my skin. It wasn't painful, quite the opposite. It felt like warm honey flowing through my veins, spreading from my head down through my entire body. I felt lighter, clearer, like some fog I hadn't even known was there had suddenly lifted. The light grew brighter and brighter until it filled the entire kitchen. The last thing I saw before it got too bright to see anything was the red-headed woman's face. She was smiling now, and she looked so much like my mom that I finally made the connection, and then I woke up. It was 5:37 in the morning. I remember checking the clock and feeling surprised that I'd woken up before my alarm. But what was even more surprising was how I felt. Usually I wake up groggy and grumpy until I've had at least 2 cups of coffee. But that morning, I felt this incredible sense of peace. Not happiness exactly, but a deep, profound calm that I've never experienced before or since. I nudged Linda awake. "I just had the weirdest dream," I told her. She groaned and rolled over. James, it's not even 6 yet. I know, but this was different. It felt real. I told her about the dream, about seeing Uncle Robert as a young man, my grandmother in the garden, the red-headed woman who resembled my mum, and that strange golden light. Linda listened, more awake now, watching my face with this concerned expression. That is weird, she agreed when I finished. Do you think it means something? I shrugged. I don't know, but I feel different, calm, like something important just happened. Matthew was up early that morning too, getting ready for his shift at the hospital where he works as a nurse's aide. I told him about the dream over breakfast. Maybe you should call Grandma today, he suggested. Check in on her. Yeah, I will, I promised. I'll stop by after work. But I never got the chance. I was at the shop around 3 in the afternoon when my phone rang. It was my brother, Mike. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew something was wrong. Mike's not the emotional type. He's even more stoic than I am, but his voice was shaking. James, he said. It's Mom. She's gone. At first, I didn't understand what he meant. Gone where? I asked stupidly. She died, James, in her sleep last night. The neighbor got worried when she didn't answer the door this morning and called the police. They found her in bed. I remember sinking down onto the concrete floor of the garage, my back against a tool cabinet. The phone felt impossibly heavy in my hand. That can't be right, I said. She was fine. I talked to her 2 days ago. Mike was crying now. I know. The paramedics think it was her heart. It would have been quick, they said. She probably didn't suffer. After I hung up, I just sat there on the floor for a long time. My employee, Tony, found me like that and drove me home. I was in shock, not just from the news, but from the timing. My mom had died in her sleep the same night I'd had that vivid dream about Uncle Robert and the mysterious red-headed woman. The next few days were a blur of funeral arrangements, relatives calling, and the mind-numbing paperwork that comes with death. It wasn't until about a week later, when things had quieted down, that I really started thinking about the dream again. I've never been particularly religious. I used to go to church when I was younger, but I stopped after our minister got caught embezzling funds. It left a bad taste in my mouth about organized religion. But this dream, coinciding exactly with my mum's passing, made me question things I'd dismissed for years. Was it just my subconscious somehow sensing what was happening? Some kind of weird telepathic connection between mother and son? Or was it something more? A visitation, a message, a preparation for what was coming? I keep thinking about Uncle Robert saying, "I'm fixing you," and that golden light. Was he preparing me for the grief that was coming? Was my grandmother there in the garden because she was waiting for my mom to join her? And who was the red-headed woman who looked so much like my mom but wasn't exactly her? It's been almost a year now. The grief has dulled around the edges, becoming something I can carry with me without being crushed by its weight. But the dream hasn't faded at all. I can still see that kitchen, the cloudy glass, Uncle Robert's young face, and feel that incredible golden light spreading through me. I've started going to church again, not regularly, but occasionally. Not the same church as before, a smaller, quieter place where I can sit in the back and think. I'm not sure what I believe, but I'm more open to possibilities now. There's something comforting in the idea that maybe we get some kind of warning, some preparation, before we lose someone we love. Linda thinks the dream was a gift, a chance to say goodbye, even if I didn't realize it at the time. Matthew, who's more scientific-minded, suggests it could be explained by quantum entanglement or some other physics concept I don't understand. Me, I don't have answers. All I know is that on the night my mother left this world, something extraordinary happened to me. Some connection was made, some message was delivered, though I'm still trying to understand what it meant. Sometimes I hope I'll have the dream again, that Uncle Robert will come back and explain it all to me. But I haven't. Just that one night. That one incredible dream, and then nothing. I guess some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some experiences just become part of who we are, changing us in ways we can't fully explain. I'm different now, more patient, more willing to sit with uncertainty, more aware of the thin veil between this world and whatever might lie beyond it. And sometimes, when I'm just about to fall asleep, I swear I can feel the ghost of a finger against my temple and the faintest glow of golden light behind my eyelids. Story 22. I've been hesitant to share this experience for the longest time. I'm not even sure I believe what happened myself, but I need to get it off my chest, and I figure if anyone would understand, it's people here. This happened last October when I was recovering from gallbladder surgery at my home in Blackthorn Valley. If you've never heard of it, don't worry. It's a tiny dot on the map about 30 miles from anything resembling civilization. I'd been stuck at home for 2 weeks straight. My fiancé Marcus works as a forest ranger, so he was gone most days, and I was going stir-crazy with cabin fever. The painkillers made me feel foggy, but I couldn't sleep, so I spent way too many hours scrolling through weird corners of the internet. That particular night, I couldn't sleep at all. The wind was howling around our little cottage, making the windows rattle. It was around 3 in the morning when I stumbled across this website called Spiritual Guardians. The site looked like it was designed in the early 2000s, just really outdated with these terrible animated gifs of candle flames and creepy Gothic fonts. But what caught my attention was that they were selling spirit companions. Not physical beings, obviously, but what they called metaphysical entities that would attach themselves to you and your energy. They had categories: angels, demons, fey creatures, and other supernatural beings. I was scrolling through, half amused and half fascinated by how detailed the descriptions were, when I saw the vampire section. I've always had this thing for vampire stories since I was a teenager, not the sparkly kind, but the old-school folkloric ones. So, of course, I clicked. There were maybe 15 listings, each with a blurry image and a description. Most looked fake as hell, obviously photoshopped or just random Victorian-era portraits. But then I saw this one listing that stopped me cold. It was a sepia-toned image, not of a person exactly, but of a shadowy figure with these impossibly dark eyes. The listing described it as a spirit vampire, not a physical vampire, but a spectral entity that fed on other spirits and energies. Something about that image, I can't explain it. It felt like it was looking back at me through the screen. The description said it was an ancient entity from Eastern Europe, captured through an etheric binding ritual, whatever that means. It claimed the spirit was gentle with its keeper, but fiercely protective. I'm not superstitious, but I couldn't stop staring at it. The longer I looked, the more I felt like those eyes were actually shifting slightly in the image. I told myself it was just my tired brain and the painkillers playing tricks. I didn't buy it. I'm not that gullible, but I did bookmark the page. I just wanted to show Marcus later because he's into this kind of weird stuff. I finally fell asleep around 5 in the morning, laptop still open beside me. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. The house felt different somehow, colder. I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. I tried to tell myself it was just the isolation getting to me. I'd been alone too much lately, that was all. I took my meds, made some soup, and tried to distract myself with TV. But I kept feeling these cold spots in the house, like walking through patches of freezing air, even though the heating was running full blast. Our cat Jinx was acting weird too. She kept staring at empty corners of the room, her back arched, fur standing on end. I texted Marcus asking when he'd be home. He said he'd be back around 6. I counted the hours, feeling increasingly uneasy. Around 4, I went to take a shower, and I swear I saw something move in the bathroom mirror. Not a clear figure, but a kind of brown-tinted shadow, sliding across the reflection. When I turned around, nothing was there. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel my surgical incision throbbing. I rushed through my shower, never closing my eyes for more than a second. When Marcus finally got home, I practically ran to the door. The moment I saw his face, I knew something was wrong. He looked pale and agitated. Marcus has always been sensitive to energies. He claims he inherited it from his grandmother, who was supposedly psychic. I used to tease him about it, but not anymore. "What's in the house?" he asked immediately, not even taking his jacket off. "What do you mean?" I asked, though I already knew. "Something's here." His eyes were scanning the living room corners. "Something followed you, or I don't know, but it's not good." He set down his bag slowly, like he was trying not to make sudden movements. "It's watching you, like a cat watches a mouse." My blood went cold. I hadn't told him about anything, not the website, not the weird feelings I'd been having all day. "What does it look like?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Marcus rubbed his arms like he was freezing. "It's not fully formed, like a shadow, but brown tinted, almost sepia-colored. And its eyes, they're wrong, too dark, too aware." My laptop was still on the coffee table. I opened it and navigated to the bookmarked page. The image of the spirit vampire was still there. I turned the screen toward Marcus. "Like this?" I asked. The color drained from his face. "That's it. That's exactly what's watching you. What the hell is that, and why do you have a picture of it?" I explained about the website, how I'd just been browsing out of boredom, that I hadn't bought anything or done any ritual. I'd just looked at the page and saved it. "Sometimes that's all it takes," Marcus said. He sat down heavily on our couch. "My grandmother used to say intention is powerful. Sometimes just focusing your attention on something is like extending an invitation." That's when the lights flickered, all of them simultaneously. Jinx hissed and bolted under the bed. The temperature in the room plummeted so quickly I could see our breath. "It knows we're talking about it," Marcus whispered. He grabbed my hand. "It's right there." He nodded toward the corner of the living room near our bookshelf. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it. A heaviness in the air, a sense of being observed by something ancient and patient. "What do we do?" I asked. Marcus squeezed my hand tighter. "I need to get some sage from my truck. Try to cleanse the space." But when he tried to stand up, the front door slammed shut with such force that one of our framed photos fell off the wall and shattered. "It doesn't want me to interfere," he said, voice shaking. "This is between you and it. You invited it, even if you didn't mean to." "I didn't invite anything," I protested. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. I had been fascinated by that image, had stared at it for what felt like hours. Had some part of me wanted this? Marcus looked at me with frightened eyes. "You need to talk to it. Tell it there was a misunderstanding, that you didn't mean to call it here." "How am I supposed to talk to something I can't even see?" He pointed to the battery-operated candle on our side table. "Use that. Ask it to make the light flicker once for yes, twice for no." I thought he was losing his mind, but I was too scared to argue. I placed the fake candle on the coffee table and sat across from the empty corner where Marcus said the entity was lurking. Is something there?" I asked, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. The candle flickered once, distinctly. Not a subtle change. The light went completely out and then back on. My heart nearly stopped. "Are you the entity from the website, the vampire spirit?" One flicker. Marcus was gripping the armrest of the couch so hard his knuckles were white. "Did I invite you here unintentionally by looking at your image?" One flicker. My mouth was dry. "Do you want something from me?" One flicker. Longer this time, like it was emphasizing its point. "What does it want?" I whispered to Marcus. "Ask it yes or no questions," he reminded me, voice trembling. I took a deep breath. "Do you want to harm us?" Two flickers. Some of the tension left my shoulders, but then the candle flickered once more, unprompted. It's saying something else, Marcus murmured. It doesn't want to harm us, but what? I asked the empty corner. Do you want to stay here? One flicker. Are you looking for a keeper, like the website said? One flicker. I felt dizzy. This couldn't be happening. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to invite you. I was just curious. I don't want a spirit companion. The temperature dropped even further. The candle began to flicker erratically, not in the pattern we'd established. The shadows in the room seemed to deepen, especially in that corner. It's angry, Marcus whispered. I could feel it too. A sense of cold amusement mixed with something predatory. Like it found my rejection entertaining, but also challenging. Please, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I respect what you are, but this was a misunderstanding. I'm not the right person for you. The candle went completely dark. For 10 terrifying seconds, we sat in total darkness, despite the other lights in the room still being on. It was like a void had opened up in front of us, swallowing all light. Then the candle came back on, steady and unwavering. Is it gone? I asked Marcus. He closed his eyes, concentrating. No, it's still here, but it's thinking. I don't know what possessed me, but I reached out and grabbed the real matchbox we kept by the scented candles. I lit an actual match and held it up. I acknowledge you, I said, surprising myself with how calm I sounded. I see you, but I'm asking you respectfully to leave. This isn't your home, and I'm not your keeper. The match flame bent sideways, defying physics, pointing directly at the corner. Then it grew to twice its normal size before extinguishing itself, even though there was no breeze. A strange sensation washed over me, like cold fingers brushing against my cheek. I gasped and jerked back. What happened? Marcus asked, panic in his voice. It touched me, I whispered. The battery candle began to flicker in a pattern, not just on and off, but in varying intensities, almost like Morse code. Neither of us knew how to interpret it. Then, suddenly, Jinx emerged from under the bed. She walked deliberately to the corner and sat down, staring up at something we couldn't see. She wasn't afraid anymore. She looked almost, respectful. It's communicating with the cat, Marcus said in disbelief. After a minute, Jinx turned and walked back to us, jumping onto my lap and purring loudly. The atmosphere in the room shifted. The oppressive coldness began to recede. Marcus exhaled slowly. I think it's leaving. Really? He nodded. The presence is fading. It's respecting your request. We sat in silence for several minutes, afraid to move or speak. Gradually, the room returned to its normal temperature. The battery candle stopped its erratic behavior and glowed steadily. Finally, Marcus stood up and walked around the room, eyes closed, hands slightly extended, like he was feeling the air. It's gone, he confirmed. But what? I asked, still cradling Jinx, who was now sleeping peacefully on my lap. It left something behind, I don't know how to describe it, like a business card, an impression, a way back, if you ever change your mind. I shuddered. I won't. That night, we slept with all the lights on. Marcus performed a cleansing ritual with sage and salt around every door and window. I deleted the bookmark and cleared my browser history, though I knew that was probably meaningless. It's been 3 months, and we haven't experienced anything else strange. But sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I'll catch a whiff of something ancient, like old parchment and iron, or feel a momentary chill that has nothing to do with the temperature, and occasionally Jinx will still sit in that same corner purring at nothing. I've learned my lesson about casually browsing occult websites. In the world of spirit keeping, sometimes the spirits choose you before you choose them, and some doors, once opened even a crack, can never be fully closed again. Story 23. I need to put this down in writing because my husband refuses to talk about it anymore. He's a very literal, practical person, which I normally love about him. But for once in our marriage, I just wish he'd believe me. I've been sick for a long time. Terminal, technically. Though with gastroparesis, you don't get a timeline like cancer patients do. It's more like your body just slowly gives up on you. My stomach is paralyzed and can't empty properly, so I'm basically starving to death in slow motion. On my best days, I can keep down a few sips of Ensure. On my worst, I can't even handle my own saliva. I met Heather and her wife Jen at a gastroparesis clinic about 10 years ago. We were all in the waiting room, looking like the Walking Dead, and Heather cracked some joke about how we should form a band called the Vomiters. I nearly pissed myself laughing, which is a real concern when you're as malnourished as we were. It's weird how you can meet someone and just instantly click. That's how it was with Heather. She had the same dark sense of humor I did, and she never asked me if I tried yoga or bone broth or whatever bullshit cure people love to recommend. Heather lived about 2 hours away from me, but we texted almost every day. Sometimes we'd go weeks without seeing each other in person when one of us was having a bad stretch, but we always stayed connected. We'd send each other stupid memes at 3 in the morning when we couldn't sleep because of the pain. We'd share our medication side effects, compare notes on doctors, and sometimes just vent about how fucking unfair it all was. We both knew we were living on borrowed time. Gastroparesis doesn't usually kill you directly, but the complications do. Malnutrition, electrolyte imbalances, aspiration pneumonia from vomiting in your sleep. Heather and I had this dark pact where we promised to tell each other everything the doctors said. No sugarcoating. I think we both found it freeing to have one person we could be completely honest with. So when she called me last Valentine's Day Eve at 1 in the morning, I should have known something was wrong. Nobody calls me at night because they know I struggle to sleep, and when I do finally drift off, a phone call might be the only rest I get for days. But I wasn't asleep that night. I had woken up around 1 a.m., literally choking to death. This happens sometimes with GP. You aspirate stomach contents into your lungs while sleeping. But this time was worse than usual. I couldn't get a breath in, and my husband was in the living room working late. I remember thinking, this is it, as I stumbled to the bathroom, frantically trying to clear my airway. I finally managed to cough everything up, gasping and crying over the toilet. My phone rang just as I was washing my face. It was Jen, Heather's wife. She was sobbing so hard I could barely understand her. When I finally pieced it together, I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Heather had had a massive heart attack about 30 minutes earlier. She was gone. I kept thinking about the timing. While I was choking, fighting to breathe, Heather was dying, like our bodies were somehow in sync, even from miles apart. And why her and not me? I was the one with the more severe symptoms. I was the one who'd been hospitalized 3 times that month. It just didn't make sense. The next few weeks were a blur. I couldn't eat at all, not even the liquid nutrition that usually stayed down. My weight dropped to 83 pounds. My husband wanted me to check into the hospital, but I refused. I just kept thinking about Heather's last text to me. "I'll never leave you to deal with this shit alone." Now she was gone, and I felt more alone than ever. About 3 weeks after the funeral, my husband finally convinced me to leave the house. "Just a short walk," he said. "You need fresh air." It was unseasonably warm for March, about 65 degrees, so I agreed. We made it about half a mile from our house when I started feeling it coming on. What my neurologist calls an autonomic seizure. It's this lovely complication of severe gastroparesis where your autonomic nervous system just decides to check out for a bit. It always starts the same way. First, I lose feeling in my legs. Then comes the crushing nausea, like I'm on a boat in rough seas. Next, I can't breathe properly, not like I'm suffocating, but like I've forgotten how to inhale. The worst part is, I can't talk. My brain knows what I want to say, but my mouth won't form the words. Usually, I end up collapsing wherever I am, and we have to call an ambulance because my husband can't lift me on his own anymore. I felt the numbness creeping up my calves and knew what was coming. I looked ahead, scanning for a patch of grass or somewhere soft to fall. That's when I saw her. Heather was standing about 20 feet in front of me on the sidewalk. She was wearing her favorite Grateful Dead t-shirt and those ridiculous cargo shorts she always insisted were practical. Her hair was pulled back in that messy bun she always wore when she wasn't feeling well. She looked solid, not transparent or glowy or any of that ghost movie bullshit. She looked exactly like herself, healthy and whole. She was smiling at me and holding out her hand, though her mouth didn't move. I heard her voice as clearly as if she was speaking directly into my ear. "Come on, baby, I got you." I reached for her without hesitation. My husband was grabbing my arm, trying to ease me down to the ground as my legs gave out, but I pulled away from him. I stretched my arm toward Heather, my fingers just inches from hers. "Who are you reaching for?" My husband's voice sounded distant, underwater. "There's nobody there, honey." But he was wrong. She was right there. Heather, my person, the only one who truly understood what living in this broken body felt like. As my fingertips were about to touch hers, she vanished. Just gone. No fading away, no dramatic exit. 1 second she was there, the next she wasn't. I collapsed onto the sidewalk and my husband called 911. In the ambulance, once I could speak again, I tried to tell my husband what I'd seen. He nodded in that way people do when they think you're delusional but don't want to upset you further. "Your oxygen levels were low," he said gently. "Your brain was probably just hallucinating." But it wasn't a hallucination. It wasn't my oxygen-deprived brain conjuring up what I wanted to see. I know the difference. I've had plenty of hallucinations from medications and malnutrition over the years. This was real. Heather was there. The doctors kept me for 3 days, pumping me full of fluids and electrolytes until I stabilized. I didn't tell them about seeing Heather. I've learned that mentioning anything remotely unexplainable to medical professionals gets you a psych consult and notes in your chart about being emotionally disturbed. When I got home, I started going through old texts from Heather. I found one from about 6 months before she died. We were both having a rough night and she wrote, "Promise me something. If I go first, I'll find a way to let you know I'm okay. And if you go first, same deal. We've suffered enough in these bodies. I need to know there's something better waiting." I had replied, "Deal, but I'm planning to haunt you as an incredibly annoying ghost. Just FYI. She sent back, "I wouldn't expect anything less. But seriously, I'll never leave you, even after, I promise." I've had 3 more autonomic seizures since that day. Each time, in those moments when my body is shutting down and I'm most vulnerable, Heather appears, always the same, standing there, hand outstretched, telling me she's got me. She never stays long, just enough to let me know I'm not alone as my body betrays me once again. My husband has stopped arguing with me about it. He just sighs and says, "Grief makes us see what we need to see." My therapist suggests it's a comfort mechanism my brain has created. Even Jen, who I thought might believe me, gently suggested that maybe I'm just not ready to let Heather go. But they're all missing the point. I'm not holding on to Heather. She's holding on to me. She promised she'd never leave me to face this disease alone, and she's keeping that promise the only way she can now. I don't know how much time I have left. My doctors don't look me in the eye anymore during appointments, which is never a good sign. But I'm not afraid like I used to be. I know when my time comes, when my body finally gives out completely, Heather will be there, hand outstretched, and this time I'll be able to take it. Yesterday was the worst day I've had in months. I couldn't keep anything down, not even the anti-nausea meds. I was lying in bed, drifting in and out of consciousness, when I felt someone sit on the edge of the mattress. I opened my eyes, expecting to see my husband, but it was Heather. She didn't say anything this time, just smoothed my hair back from my forehead like she used to do when we were in the hospital together. Her hand felt warm and solid. I wanted to call out to my husband in the next room to make him come and see that she was really there, but I couldn't find my voice. She leaned down and whispered in my ear, Not yet, but soon, and I'll be right here. When I woke up hours later, I felt better than I had in weeks. My husband said my color had improved, and I was actually able to keep down a few sips of broth. He called it a good day, one of the random reprieves this disease sometimes gives. But I know the truth. Heather is watching over me, keeping her promise, and when the time comes, she'll help me cross over just like she's been trying to do since she died. She said she'd never leave me, and she hasn't. Story 24. I still can't explain what happened that morning in Montauk. It's been about 5 or 6 years now, and I've mostly kept it to myself because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has seen something similar. It was summer of 2017, late July. I was on vacation with 3 of my college buddies at Montauk, staying at this rental house about a 15-minute walk from the beach. We'd been there for 4 days already, mostly just drinking beer, grilling, and hanging out at the beach during the day. Pretty standard stuff. That particular night, we'd had a bonfire on the beach with some people we met at a local bar. Nothing crazy, just some beers, music, and conversation. We all headed back to the house around midnight, and I crashed almost immediately. For whatever reason, I woke up at 3:30 in the morning, like wide awake. Not groggy, not tired, just suddenly conscious and unable to fall back asleep. I tossed and turned for about 20 minutes before deciding to just get up. Everyone else was passed out, so I grabbed my phone, a small flashlight, a beach chair, and a light jacket. I figured I'd go sit on the beach and enjoy the quiet. The walk to the beach was eerie. Montauk is pretty dead at night, especially on weekdays. There were no cars, no people, just the sound of crickets and the distant crash of waves. The moon was out, but mostly covered by clouds, so it was seriously dark. I used my flashlight to navigate down the beach access path. Once I got to the sand, I set up my chair about 30 yards from the water. The tide was coming in, I think. The waves sounded closer than they had been during the day. I turned off my flashlight to let my eyes adjust to the darkness. It was peaceful in a way, but also kind of unsettling how dark it was. The moon would occasionally peek through the clouds and cast this silver light across the water, but then disappear again, leaving everything pitch black. I was just sitting there listening to the waves and scrolling through my phone when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. About 20 yards to my right, near where the beach meets some scrubby bushes, I saw 2 pairs of eyes reflecting the light from my phone screen. They were about 2 feet off the ground, maybe a bit less. My first thought was raccoons or maybe foxes. I knew there were deer in the area too, but these eyes seemed too low to the ground. I wasn't particularly worried, just took note of them and went back to my phone. The eyes disappeared after a minute or so, and I figured whatever animals they were had moved on. I must have dozed off in the chair because the next thing I remember was jerking awake to a sound like hooves or feet stomping on the sand nearby. I checked my phone. It was 4:45 in the morning. The sky was still dark, but with that deep blue color that comes right before dawn. I could see a bit better now. I looked around, but didn't see any deer or other animals. The sound had seemed really close, which is probably why it woke me up. I decided to walk along the shoreline while waiting for the sunrise. I'd heard Montauk sunrises were beautiful, and I was already up, so why not? The sand was cool and damp under my feet as I walked along the water's edge. The waves were gentle, just lapping at the shore. I walked for maybe 15 minutes, heading east toward where the sun would rise. There were no other people around, just me, the beach, and the slowly brightening sky. As the first hints of orange appeared on the horizon, I spotted something in the water about 50 yards offshore. At first glance, I thought it was a buoy, or maybe a black swan. Just this dark shape, partially visible above the surface, but something about it caught my attention and made me stop walking. As I focused on it, I realized it wasn't moving with the waves like a buoy would. It seemed stationary, despite being in water that had to be at least 8 to 10 feet deep. There aren't any sandbars that far out, at least none that I knew of. The sky was getting lighter by the minute, and as my eyes adjusted, I could make out more details. What I had initially thought was a bird or object was actually a human-like figure. It was just standing there, in deep water, not moving. I want to be clear about what I mean by human-like. It had the basic shape of a person, a head, shoulders, what appeared to be a torso, but something was off about it. It was completely black, like Vantablack, absorbing all the light rather than reflecting any. Even as the sky brightened, this thing remained a perfect silhouette. No features, no clothes, just a dark shape. The most disturbing part was how still it was. The waves were moving around it, but this figure didn't bob or sway like a person treading water would. It was as if it was anchored to the ocean floor, but in water too deep for anyone to stand in. I stood there for several minutes, just staring at it. My heart was racing, and I felt this crawling sensation up my spine. I'm not typically jumpy or superstitious, but something about this felt deeply wrong. It was like looking at something that shouldn't exist, something that didn't fit into my understanding of reality. I took out my phone to take a picture, thinking maybe it was just some weird optical illusion that would make sense in a photo. The picture came out blurry because my hands were shaking, but it did capture the dark figure in the water. I still have that photo, and it still gives me chills when I look at it. After taking the picture, I started walking away, back toward where our rental house was. I couldn't help glancing back every few steps. The figure seemed to be sinking or shrinking, getting smaller as I watched. By the time I had walked about 100 yards, it had completely disappeared. I practically ran back to the house after that. My friends were still asleep when I got back around 6 in the morning. I didn't wake them up or tell them what happened. What would I even say? Hey guys, I saw some kind of humanoid shadow standing motionless in deep water at dawn. They'd think I was drunk or hallucinating. Here's where it gets even weirder. Later that day, I did some research on Montauk while my friends were at the beach. I made up an excuse about being tired to stay back at the house. I discovered that the area, particularly around Camp Hero, has been the center of conspiracy theories for decades. The Montauk Project, they call it, supposed government experiments involving mind control, time travel, and other fringe science conducted at the old military base. I'm not saying I believe all that conspiracy stuff, but Camp Hero is only a few miles from where I was that morning. The proximity makes what I saw even more unsettling. I tried to rationalize what I saw. Maybe it was a diver in a wetsuit doing some early morning exploration. But the water wasn't choppy enough to hide the ripples a diver would create. Maybe it was some kind of buoy or fishing equipment that just happened to look human-shaped in the dim light. But that doesn't explain how it seemed to gradually disappear as I watched. For the rest of the trip, I didn't go to the beach alone. I didn't wake up early. I stuck with my friends and tried to enjoy the vacation. But I couldn't shake the image of that thing in the water. Even now, years later, I sometimes dream about it. That perfectly still, pitch-black figure standing where no person could stand, unaffected by the waves around it. I've shown the photo to a few people over the years. Most say it's too blurry to make anything out clearly. One friend suggested it might be a cormorant or some other water bird with its wings spread. Another thought maybe it was an oil slick catching the light in a weird way, but I know what I saw. It was human-shaped, but not human. It was there, and then it wasn't. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep at night, I wonder if it saw me too. I've never gone back to Montauk. I make excuses whenever my friends suggest it for a reunion trip. I can't bring myself to go back to that beach, especially not alone in the early morning hours. I don't know what I saw that day, but it wasn't natural. It wasn't right. Has anyone else experienced something like this, particularly around Montauk or other coastal areas? I'm not looking for explanations about government experiments or supernatural entities. I just want to know if I'm the only one who's seen something like this, because if I am, then maybe it was just my imagination. And honestly, that would be a relief.